I am Sir Yetinet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. On the last exciting episode of the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Dallen the Gunslinging sorcerer Dragonborn, and Milo the Halfling Rogue were on a journey across Dundras, delivering a mysterious treasure from Port Lamontagne to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster. Along the way, they got waylaid in a mysterious land that was once thought to be a Feywood, but has turned out to instead be a vast desert, ruled by a mysterious individual known as Lord Thanatos. After exploring his city of Anar Dracul, our party of heroes departed once more for Lancaster, taking shelter for the night amongst the sands as they set up their camp. But before our heroes could get their proper rest, they caught sight of an individual who approached the camp. This individual introduced himself as a shaman of the Circle of Sands, a group opposed to the rule of Lord Thanatos, and claimed to have been the original inhabitants of this now forsaken land. As the party was listening to his plea to help them to dethrone and get rid of Lord Thanatos, they said that they would return after they had finished up their job delivering the treasure and decide what to do then. The shaman thanked them for their consideration, but before he could leave, the party was caught unaware by a patrol of Anarian Guard who approached and immediately tried to arrest the shaman. Upon hearing their words, Dallen's mind swapped, and he attempted to get in between the shaman and the guards. As tension rose, a gunshot rang out, and a fierce fight broke out. During which, a mysterious moon elf who was captured by this guard was freed. And, seeing as how the party were attempting to aid him specifically, and not the guard, this mysterious moon elf used some divine magic to aid them in the combat, helping turn the tide of battle to a victory. As the dust settles, the sands become calm, and the fire burns out. What shall happen to our intrepid band of heroes? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us go greet our players and see how they've been doing since last we played. Hello.
First thing he'll try doing is going to the dirt spot under one of the plants and try rolling in it.
That sounds like a dog.
Clean. Let me change that immediately.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, there you guys are. I was thinking I might have muted myself accidentally again.
Nope.
Oh no.
Hear you loud and clear.
Very good, very good. Alrighty. So, in case some of you may have not noticed, Dallen will probably be joining us a little bit later today, so I will be attempting to play him in the meantime.
Very nice.
And then we have both of you three, all three of you here. Let's see, what about Midas?
Oops.
Give him a quick ping real quick. Hopefully he's not asleep again. But in the meantime, how's everyone else?
Little hungover, but I'm good.
Had a fun
It
party
was
last
my
night?
sister's birthday. Sister's birthday.
Ah. That makes a
So
lot
it's
of
only
sense.
me, Talos.
Yeah, we were also celebrating for my her husband as well. Little like a little thing for him because obviously for her it's gonna bring up memories and whatnot. So yep, I'm down to 2 little of my little tiny mason jars of my old smoky moonshine.
Ooh. Gonna have to restock soon.
Yeah, well, I have some regular ones, and then I have some. When I got for her, I bought her a bottle of tequila, and they, as a promotion, if you buy like one of the big bottles, you get 2 of the little sample little things, and I got 2 of those free of the blackberry and strawberry moonshine.
Oh, very nice. I'm
Pretty
glad
good.
glad to hear that you had a good time.
Oh yeah, especially with the whole family there. It was a big thing. They had maybe 100-something people.
That's a lot
Yep.
of people.
Yeah, it was on one of the cousins that owns a big amount of property, farmhouse and everything. All the kids were on one side of the property, being supervised, getting to see all the smaller farm animals and goats and whatnot. So all the adults were like, "All right, the kids are distracted. Let's drink."
How about you, Dane? How are you doing today?
Today, so far so good. This week has been a lot.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's been a bit crazy in the parks, hasn't it?
To be honest, not really. Like, the parks have been rather dead. It's more just what little or what we have in low attendance. The guests that have there have made up for in utter bullshittery.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about because the stuff I had to deal with, like, it's like, why is there this shoved into a corner over here in Potter?
Like,
And it's clearly guest stuff.
yeah. Like, we had it at Velocity where this is actually our technicians. They brought the high reach in so they can inspect the top hat, which they do every other week, to make sure everything's good. One of them swung the bucket round and shattered one of our glass panels that lines the track.
Oof.
What?
So there is now just a lovely box covering it because the front side is just shards of glass. Back side is still intact because it's like quad layered or triple layered or something like that.
Big
But
oof.
yeah. And our AC is still broken. In the
Of
middle of
course.
Florida weather.
Hooray, broken AC in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
I know one of our technicians, he actually got so annoyed because their tech office still has an AC. He went in the middle of, like, he got on his lunch break, because these guys, they're allowed to leave property because they're the technicians that do like the heavy stuff. So he went down to the Walmart down from Universal, came back with the big one big one and one small, those mini AC units you can buy at Walmart. Set it up, and now they have it in there, and it's been approved to have it in there. So it's like, I'm like, huh, neat.
How about you, Milo? How you been?
Doing alright. This week has been interesting at work since we had a brokerage event going on at our marina, and one of the captains of the boat decided to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing because their deckhand decided to say, hey, take this line, pull in, and tie us up. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. And then captain comes out, starts trying to help us with lines. He's like, why did you tie that up? It's like, because I was told to. It's like, well, clearly you're not a real boatman because boats have these things called engines, and when engines don't work properly, your thrusters don't work properly. It's like, alright, guy, we're in your communication next time. Fuck you.
Jeez. That's not ideal.
Wait, the captain was asking why you tied the boat off to the dock.
Yep.
Oh my fucking... Does
So-
he want to sail away?
Okay, well, so the slip itself was like probably like 70 feet, and the boat was closer to like 40 feet, which we only had on this dock because of the brokerage event. All the boats were on this one dock. So he kind of pulls up towards the end of the dock, and it's like, all right, just, and the deck, was like, yeah, tie us up. And I guess he just wanted to be dragged back rather than right there at the very end.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
It's like, we warned you.
Good lord. Sounds like we've all had quite a week. Midas is still not here. We might have to get started. Oh, let's see, did he respond? Nope. That was Justin. We might have to get started without Midas as well.
We'll see him another 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I suppose we'll see, but... nothing much new with me. Suppose I'll input real quick. Work's been getting... I've been rather productive at work, although the bosses has been getting grumpy with me because I've been working too hard, because I always clock in early and then I tend to clock out a little bit late just because I have so much that I have to do that I'm not able to get it all done within an 8-hour work shift. So they've been telling me to they've been adjusting my schedule to clock me out sooner or have me clock out earlier just so I don't get overtime, because apparently we have a thing against getting overtime at the moment.
Right. I'm like this. I'm like, you want me to work like, you want me to do this, but you don't want to pay me overtime? Well, guess what? The work's not getting done if I'm not getting paid overtime.
Yeah. I've been managing, but there's been a few things I've been wanting to do, but it's like, well, I gotta leave right now, otherwise I'm gonna get overtime and they're gonna get grumpy at me.
Yep, and if they complain, and I'm like this, if like, oh, you're complaining on, I'm like, oh, what? Why wasn't this finished last night? I'm like, well, I wasn't allowed to have overtime, so I couldn't finish it.
Pretty much.
You booked me out early. I can't do work.
Well, you can still clock out. You can still clock out and work on it. I had one guy, one of my old jobs, try telling managers telling me to do that, to clock out but still finish it, and I'm like, no.
That's not how that works. If I'm working, I'm getting paid.
His response was to write me up for, and literally he wrote insubordination. The owner, who was the main person that we go to, that's the main boss and everything, looked at me. Just shook his head and he's like, you're good, just go back, I'll take care of this. A few hours later, I hear yelling coming from the office. It's all that other manager yelling and all this other stuff. And then we see him being escorted out by security, his head hanging down and stuff. Yeah, apparently the big boss has been watching him for some time, and was doing some other shady stuff. So there were police waiting outside.
That makes sense.
Yep. Which I was like, thought so. It was one of those those really expensive storage warehouse places for companies and stuff, for like product and stuff. So I'm pretty sure he was like stealing product and stuff.
Probably.
But this was years ago though. This was like maybe, oh hell, way before I worked at Universal. I'm trying not to chew with the microphone right now. I'm like, oh god.
You're good. I'm gonna give him a direct message, see if that might stir him. I mean, if he's not gonna come in, I mean, he RSVP'd, so I would think that he's coming in, but... I know he's excited to introduce his character to everyone.
Yeah.
If he's not able to come, then perhaps we will have to just start without him. Let me see. I've been kind of adjusting character sheets. I guess while we're waiting to get started, has everyone adjusted your character sheet on Roll20 yet?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Roll 20, not yet, but I will poke that.
Yeah, level 10. Yep.
I went through and bumped all your guys' levels up by 1 appropriately, but I don't know if I've gotten all of the hit points or other stuff.
Let me double check.
Oh, hit points I went in manually changing, so yeah, my hit points are good now. Which things are really starting to stack now.
Okay, looks like Midas is not feeling well, so he will not be joining us today. Darn. Oh well.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Like on mine, the max hit points that need to be changed on this one with the interior.
Very good. A decent amount should change because of this. I don't quite remember what everyone individually gets at level 10, but let's see. I know for at least you, Dain, and Talos, at level 10, you get the Aura of Courage.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, did I heal afterwards the combat or no?
Not well. You might have healed a little bit from Leo, but I think you would have. I think we got that at the moment.
Yeah, I think I was, because I'm trying to look at my notes, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm at 56 hit points.
Yeah. So we did the, immediate, combat heal, but not out of combat, because we were still technically right at the end of it.
Oh, that's right. Chasing on that one guy that was trying to run away.
Yeah.
Okay, I think, yeah, it looks like I got all of his character stuff all set up. And then Dallen should hopefully be joining us in about 3-ish hours or so.
Very nice.
So, I'll attempt to play him a little bit whilst we continue our session.
It's just to see those two characters just suddenly drop. Just oh, he's tired.
They're just in the background, but they look like Muppets.
I honestly popped in my head. There's a D&D group I watched that they use felt dolls. And one of the monsters in one of the campaigns was one of the big monsters that they used. It was they made their own Muppet version of the monster.
Oh lord.
It was clearly a knockoff of Cookie Monster, but at the same time they put in quotes on it with a sticker saying, "I'm not Cookie Monster, LLC." All this, so we don't get sued.
I'm just imagining Dallen and Leon both T-posing in the middle of the fucking desert.
Then it's activating God mode. What? It just starts floating. Code starts going, he touches, he looks at someone and their body goes to a T-pose, and the code starts going over their face.
Lord.
What the hell is this?
Well, if we are all ready then, shall we get started?
Very well.
Alrighty. Then, we shall return to Dundras.
Dun, dun, dun.
When last we left our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen the Gunslinging Dragonborn Sorcerer. Our party has been on a quest from Port Lamontagne to Lancaster to transport the treasurer to the capital per his request. Along the way, though, the party has been waylaid by a desert land, barren, full of sand, that was once thought to be a fey wood. As the party began to trek through it, they were ambushed, and as a result were transported to the nearby city of Anar Dracul. There, after recovering and learning some more history of the local scene, the party gathered up their goods, gathered up their caravan, and proceeded to travel again through the desert to Lancaster. After traveling a day out of the desert, our party set up camp for the evening, but before they could get some rest, they were approached by a stranger who introduced himself as a shaman of the Circle of the Sands. As he pleaded with them for their aid in helping to dethrone Lord Thanatos, the party deemed that they could not help them at this time, but after delivering the treasure to Lancaster, they would reconsider upon their return trip towards Port La Montagne. But before the shaman could make his exit, the party failed to notice an approaching patrol of Anarian Guard, who quickly made their appearance known and attempted to apprehend the shaman. Dallen, who was in secret discussion with the shaman when this happened, quickly stepped in between the shaman and the guards and proceeded to try and delay them. Dallen's mind then snapped, and as the tensions rose, a gunshot rang out and combat ensued. During this intense fight between the Anarian Guard, our party jumped in aid of Dallen, and during so, they saw that there was a prisoner amongst the guard, a moon elf, who was being carried behind them in a gag and rope. The party proceeded to free him, and in gratitude, he proceeded to help them with the conjuring up divine magic that aided the party in securing their victory. As the last guard ran into the desert trying to flee, Milo, quick as ever, was able to keep up and continue to attack him, trying to keep him from getting any word out or escaping. But before Milo could stop him, Milo noticed the guard put his hand up to his ear, and he seemed to activate something magic within the stone that was attached to it. Then, together with Dallen, as well as one of the Circle of the Sands, the three of them were able to put the guard down in the desert and drag him back to the camp, where the rest of the party were finishing and catching their breath. As the treasurer and his guards return, hearing the sounds of combat ended, we shall return back to the adventures in Dundras.
Woo!
Dun, dun, dun.
Give me just a sec. There we go. As you find yourself at the camp, you look around, the fire is dying. You see some holes in the tents from stray bullets that went awry, as the bodies of the guards lay down on the ground before you. The commander and, was it 3 normal Anarian guards. Battered, bloody, as the sands have turned red around them from their wounds.
Damn it, Dallen.
And then as you watch as Dallen, after combat is ended, you watch as his rageful form seems to kind of diminish a little bit, and he almost seems to kind of like shudder for a second as you watch as his scales turn from a more black with some brass lining in it to more brass lining with black scales, with some black scales mixed in. As he puts his hand to his head. What happened? As he looks around.
What happened?
I think you've just pissed off Thanatos.
What?
You shot one of his guards in the bloody shoulder.
I think it was his face.
Uh,
As he kind of looks around at the scene displayed, he's like, "Oh, sorry, lost control of myself."
reach into my pouch and just pull out one of my potions and just take a swig of it.
One of your normal healing potions.
Yeah, one more time.
I'll say you could use your action, so you get 2 times 4 plus 2, so 6? Or no, 8. No, God, sorry. Oh, it's still early. You get 10 hit points back.
Alright.
Give me a sec. I need to sit down. And Dallen proceeds to kind of sit down next to near the fire and just kind of rub his temples a little bit as he kind of tries to get himself sorted out. As nearby, the shaman approaches you. Thank you for your aid in keeping me and my allies safe. We apologize for the trouble that this may have caused you.
Oh.
Honestly, I had a bad feeling about their actions, but that's in the past now. For now, we need to think about packing up this camp and moving, as possibly burying these men. And first, checking to make sure to see if they had anything that might have given themselves away or our location. But once that's taken care of, we'll need to move.
Yes, we seem to have dispatched them rather quickly. I didn't see any of them use any sending stones. Usually these patrols have at least one on every person that they can relay back to Anar Dracul. But I did not see any of them use it.
That's good. That would have been a problem.
Indeed. At this point, Milo, you were finishing dragging the body that you had over.
Fuck, this guy's heavy.
Here, let me help. I walk over and start grabbing the feet and help lift up.
As you lift up the feet, you pick up Milo with him.
Oh, sorry.
Honestly, at this point, that's fine. I could use the lift.
Hope there wasn't too much trouble taking out this one.
No, it wasn't. However,
Sensing a but.
But
I don't know. He put some weird stone to his face. I think he used one of those before.
I kind of just drop the body. I kind of drop the body where I'm standing and just like go to like my squatting position and like my hands over my face like, oh dear God.
Did you say that
he dropped the body with me?
Ear?
Let me know.
Again, sorry. I'm sorry, Milo. This makes things more complicated.
What'd you say there, sir?
You said that he used something on his ear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's most concerning. We must pack up quickly. And he turns over to one of his allies. Sandstalker, quickly, take care of these bodies. You, as he looks over at one of the other scouts, help them back up their camp. And he turns to you. There's not much that we can do to apologize, but if you are willing, we can take you with us to our base. We'll be able to shield you from any guards. We cannot be sure exactly what that guard was able to tell out, if he was able to give a description, or if he just gave a location. In any case, if you come with us, we will keep you safe.
Very well. Let me inform the treasurer. I'm gonna get myself up and walk over to the.
While Talos is doing that, I'm going to try and have a look at the captain guard, see if he had any I don't know, like notes or
The Anarian commander.
yeah, see if he
Right.
had anything on him.
Roll investigation.
Alright, let me use the heat. Un momento por favor. Where is it?
And while Dane's doing that, can I search the body that I just dragged over for the sending stone?
Yes, you can.
60.
Go ahead and roll investigation as well. Ooh,
Ooh,
a
very good.
16. That is very nice. Let me
Considering
roll.
I've got no modifiers on that.
Yeah. With a 12, you're specifically looking for the sending stone. It's not too terribly difficult. Under his helm, you're able to kind of root around, and you feel a smooth stone with what appears to be carvings. And as you pull it out, you do recognize the characteristics of a sending stone.
I'm gonna put it in my bag and hang on to it for the time being.
All right. And where's my? That'll work. Ooh, very nice. All right. So as you investigate the Anarian commander, Dain, on him you're able to find. Well, one is nearby him, but you're able to find his scimitar. It is nicely made. It has a bit of an interesting design to it, as it appears to be more of a, like, it seems to have a lot of symbology on it related to the desert sands around you. But as you kind of pick it up and you feel it, it does appear to be a normal scimitar.
Okay. I'll
Nice.
pop that in the bag just to keep hold of it.
Sounds good. Let me see what else he's got. Is that him? There it is. Okay. And on his person, you see that it is quite beaten up, but you see the armor that he's wearing, which you realize it was quite hefty to get through. It seemed to protect him very well, but the armor he's wearing appears to be like a. Well, the notes I have here from Justin say that they're Persian immortals inspired, so they look like the armor that a Persian immortal would wear. But as you pick it up, it seems to cover up the entire body, as you realize that while it is quite damaged due to the constant blows from everyone and some bullet holes and everything else, it probably will need some repair, but it does appear to be functional plate armor.
Interesting.
Although considering how he's more of a humanoid size, like human-sized, you feel that it probably would not fit you, unfortunately.
Nah. Plus, I do have my my plate in my bag anyway.
Unless, of course, like you had it fitted down, you could always take it to a blacksmith who might be able to work it into your size, but it could cost some extra money. Anyway, so you were able to find his armor and his weapons on him, but aside from that, you only are able to pick up a note that has some words in Draconic in it.
I will take the note and show it to Talos when I can.
Alright. As you're doing that, Talos, as you make your way over to the treasure who's returning to the camp, the guards have their weapons drawn, and they're kind of looking about cautiously as the treasure looks at you.
We're gonna need to move out immediately.
That was quite a kerfuffle.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have some strong words with Dallen later, but for now we need to move. We believe that one of those men may have called for assistance or backup. We're not quite sure, but to be safe, we're going to move from here.
Yes, I would still prefer to remain in neutral stance with Lord Thanatos, as I'm still not quite sure about him, but he did give us quite a warm welcome when you arrived.
Agreed. And again, I apologize. Hopefully this won't affect. Hopefully he didn't send any detailed information, but just for safety, we better move, especially under the cover of night.
Agreed. Guards, go ahead and start packing up camp. Load up the horses and the carriages, and do we have a destination, Talos?
With your permission, the old man, my nod to him, has offered to bring us to a place for shelter for the night and to cover our tracks. I know it's not ideal, but with the situation as it is, we may have no other choice. Unless you'd like to try trekking across as much desert as you can.
That would be unwise, especially with this, how late it is. Without any proper guides through this desert, we could end up getting lost. No.
Agreed.
This would be a wise course of action. If they promise us safe passage and a safe dwelling, we shan't refuse.
I will. I'm gonna turn to the guards and once we start traveling, keep your eyes open. Any motion for anything that seems out of place, alert us immediately.
Of course. Come on, let's go. And you watch as they rush over to the tents and quickly start breaking them down. One of them goes over to the remnants of the fire and quickly dashes a bunch of sand over the top of it.
I'm gonna make a short, respectful, nod, bow to the treasure, and then head back toward the party.
As you head back, you watch as the shaman, who is actually taking his hand and seems to be kind of weaving it in some circles and creating a depression within the actual sand.
That's interesting.
Let me double check, make sure just so I can have a good idea about what I'm looking at here. That's not it. There we are. Yep, that works. Okay. So, as he kind of finishes weaving his hand and creating some indentions, the other two, the Sandstalker as well as the other scout, are taking the bodies and placing them within the sand. There's no guarantee that they will remain within the sands, as the sands are constantly moving. They could be unearthed, but for the time being, this will serve as a proper burial. As their bodies will feed the creatures that dwell within the sands.
What creatures dwell in the sand exactly?
He kind of takes a look at you and just kind of blinks and then turns over to Talos. If you're about ready, we can leave soon. I'm not sure how quickly they will respond.
We are packing up now. The treasurer has agreed to have you as a guide for shelter for the night. He still wishes to try to remain as neutral as possible, but obviously for now, we will accept your aid.
Of course. Well, we would be overjoyed to have you in our fight against Lord Thanatos. I understand that you are still undecided about your allegiances, which is why, as a courtesy, we are offering our abode in order to help you in this time, as it is our fault that you had this confrontation against Lord Thanatos' men.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I kind of glare over at Dallen.
And he just kind of has a bit of a sad face as he still kind of rubbing his temples. He seems to has a bit of a confused look on his face.
Regardless, we will continue. Once we're fully packed, we'll be ready to move.
Very good.
Milo, Dain.
Aye.
Let's get our things packed up as quickly as we can.
So all of you will be combined efforts to basically break down the rest of the camp and pack it up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else you all wish to do?
I'm gonna hand the letter over to Talos as well.
What's this?
Found it on the Anarian commander over there. I believe it's in Draconic. I can't read it.
Once we're safely off, I'll take a look at it. And I put it in my
Best.
belt satchel. Like,
As you kind of put it in your satchel, the rest of you finish packing up. Anything else that anyone was wanting to do? No? Very good. So as you finish packing up and the caravan is all set, at the front of the caravan, the shaman is to be seen, but anyone that would have been paying attention would have seen the sandstalker and the scout before they just kind of, like a gust of sand kind of blew up and they vanish into the desert.
Aren't they the ones showing us where to go?
That would be I, the sand shaman says.
Oh, okay.
They are going to scout ahead, as well as keep an eye on our rear to ensure that there is no patrols that will interfere.
Very well.
oh, that's quite smart.
So,
I'm gonna try and put another bullet in my back.
Don't you worry. They've learned the error of their ways, and know not to attack you anymore. So long as, of course, you remain neutral or allied to us. Naturally, if you were to attack one of us, we would have to respond appropriately.
I don't think you have to worry about that. For now, just try to get the treasure into somewhere safe.
Agreed. Please follow me. As the shaman kind of waves his hand and begins to lead you. Which I don't think any of you have I don't think any of you have the observant or other feat.
let me check.
What was it? Was it that one or was it? I think it was observant or keen mind, I should say.
Nope, not for me.
Anyone at the keen mind feat?
No.
Nada.
Okay. Well, if anyone wants to, you could make a survival check to figure out what direction you're heading, but it would be very difficult. But only if you want to. But as he,
I bring out my compass.
you have a compass.
Compass in session 1.
Very good. Very good. You just never use it.
Yeah, it's the illuminated compass that Justin randomly put into the dungeon in session 0.
Oh gosh.
It's inside my bag for months.
It's like, oh wait a minute, I
You said
have
it's
this.
illuminated.
Yeah.
So
It's a
like when you
brand
pull
new-
it out, it like becomes like a torch or something. Like it just.
It's more of a glow in the dark.
Ah, okay.
It's like it has a light glow to it, like a faint glow, according to the thing I'm reading here.
Now, Milo, it is dark as heck, and even with your hand of glory, like you can see the surrounding areas. But as you look up at the stars, you look around, you're like, "Where the heck am I?" Whereas Dain, as you pull out your compass and kind of idly glance at it, are you doing this just you pulling it out just to do it? Are you doing it sneakily, or like how are you doing it?
I'm just kind of more just to do it, just having a look just to see which direction we're going and then popping it away.
All right. As you kind of quickly do it, you're doing it at a point where the Shan Shaman isn't looking back at you all, but as you do it, you notice that you're heading in a bit of a slightly northwest direction.
Okay.
And as you all tend to kind of move with the Sand Shaman, I'd like you all to do a quick perception check.
Alright. Perception check.
I think I don't have advantage on this.
You said you get advantage on this?
No, I was just asking. I take it I don't get advantage on this.
No, unfortunately. Otherwise, that nat 20 would be definitely very nice. Although with the 15, that's still pretty decent. With the 12, Dain, you're able to kind of keep an eye around the surrounding areas. With your dark vision, you're able to kind of see the rolling hills. As the shaman seems to continue, like he walks very easily, whereas you, like a lot of you, have some trouble with the sand as you don't quite have solid footing. He seems to just kind of like walk through it as if he's walking on a normal like flat ground. Talos, you're exhausted. Like you have like your eyes are
Physically
starting to
and
droop.
mentally.
Like you are exhausted at this point. It is getting very late into the night as you all are kind of riding behind him. Milo, as you're kind of like tagging, hanging out and riding along with them, you see the same thing as Dain, as you see the shaman is walking quite fluidly. But as you are kind of also like, that's kind of interesting. You take a look at the rest of your party, who you expect would be starting to fall behind, but you also notice that everyone else's horses, including yours, is also moving quite nicely, like as if they are also on solid ground. You're noticing that it's hard to tell with the dark, but you feel as if you might be going faster than you were earlier.
Would I know if we were, even with my Hand of Glory?
Hmm?
I said, would I not be able to see this even with the Hand of Glory?
I mean, distance or like speed-wise, it'd be kind of hard to tell. But I'd say, just from your perception, you're able to kind of tell that it seems like you're going quicker, just because it feels like you know how when you're traveling, like sometimes it doesn't look like you're going faster, but you feel like you're going faster.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically like you get that kind of feeling from gauging it from him as well as the rest of the party.
Gotcha.
And so, as you all kind of travel, a couple hours pass, as you all are getting very close to being on the verge of exhaustion. As the black sky is only highlighted by the full moon, as the full moon is starting to set on the horizon. As riding on one of the wagons, the moon elf kind of dangles his feet off the cart as he kind of looks at all of you, and it's just kind of he's there.
So he is there.
As he kind of looks over at you, Dain, as you happen to be ride kind of close enough, he kind of goes, I don't really have anywhere to go, so if you don't mind, I think I will stick with you all for the time being. I don't have any supplies or anything on me, as it was all lost before.
That's all right. I'm sure we can figure something out once once we actually know where we're going.
He nods his head and just turns his gaze back to the back where he's facing, which is he's facing the back of the cart. So as he's kind of watching the sands disappear behind you all. As you all continue to travel for some time, eventually you get to a part where things start to get a little difficult to see. Those of you that don't have dark vision, like Dallen and Talos, you start to kind of things start to almost look foggy for you all as you hear some slight on your armor if you have heavy armor on, or a bit on this the middle or whatnot, and the rest of you kind of for Dain as well as Milo, you can see that the air seems to be getting filled with particles, as anyone that's kind of will focus enough will realize that it seems that it's either very dusty or very sandy in the air.
Oh no, we going through us.
I'll have all of you give me another quick perception check real quick. Those of you without dark vision will have disadvantage, unfortunately.
Oh, 21.
But you have
Oh,
disadvantage.
disadvantage?
Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, without an ability to see in the dark, unfortunately, that's a 7 for you, Talos. As
Yeah.
you have to start covering your eyes a bit as the particles are starting to irritate it.
Yeah. I accidentally clicked twice, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I had high hopes for a second. I was like, oh yeah, I got a 19. I was like, wait. It's like, I'm Black Spire, not Sun Scale.
I mean, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, why is it still showing sun scale? I'm like, what? That's my...
me roll
I can
for-
show you the
Let me fix that real quick.
Oh, it's because,
I know, it's fine.
It's your user thing.
Yeah, I can fix that.
And Dallen gets a 17. So, as you all continue to ride, unfortunately, Dain and Talos, you were getting peppered with sand in your eyes, and you kind of have to start covering, and you're like, ugh. But for Dallen and Milo, as you kind of slightly cover up your eyes, and you pull up your hood a little bit, and you tend to focus, both of you are able to kind of look, and you realize that as you kind of take a look around, that while it's a little sandy and slightly blinding where you are, about 10 feet away on each side of the wagons as the caravan is traveling, you're noticing that there's actually no visibility past 10 feet. As it almost seems to be a wall of just moving sand is all around you all of a sudden. And as you take a look to the front, as you look ahead of yourself, you see the shaman, and he seems to almost have a hand up into the air in front of him as he's walking. As 10 feet ahead of him, it is clear, but after that 10 feet, it is just visibility is non-existent. There's just nothing but sand. Even at this point, it is pitch black, as even the moon itself seems to have been swallowed up.
Are we in some type of storm? We yell up ahead.
In a way, call it camouflage, as we use the natural elements around us to conceal our passage.
Very good.
It's not
I'll
much
just
further.
kind of look at...
As you all continue to travel for roughly another 15 to 20 minutes until the Sand Shaman seems to stop. And so, as a result, the rest of the caravan proceeds to halt behind him. And he makes a couple motions with his hands. And you watch as in front of him, the sand seems to part ways. As you see an opening within the ground in front of you. A seemingly large opening, as he proceeds to walk down into it. I assume the rest of you follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the rest of you kind of follow down this hole, those of you who might be in the back will notice the sands seem to swallow up every step behind you. As you enter the hole, the entire top of the hole becomes just enveloped with moving sand above you, as a sandstorm rages above you. And it gets very, very dark. A few of the guards and some of the wagons quickly light up some torches and illuminate parts of this cave, which you can see is there's some hard stone around you. Dain, make me a quick history check with advantage.
History with advantage? 1 moment. Hoping for a good one.
Natural 20.
Hey!
This makes a lot of sense. So, as your eyes kind of adjust,
I am no ground.
as you adjust, Dain, you take a look, and oh man, yeah, you get double your proficiency bonus as well. So, along with that nat 20, you also get like 8 plus, you have 28 in total on this check.
Jesus.
because of your stone cutting ability. As you take a look around yourself, you immediately start to feel more comfortable as you feel the kind of dank air of a cave, and you feel the vibrations of the earth around you, and you take a look, and you realize that you have entered a cave that is very clearly not carved by man. As you take a look around this tunnel, you see smooth sides, and you see layers upon the earth. And as you take a look, you realize that this cave was formed a long time ago naturally, and there appears to have been some sort of water source that may have flowed through here at one point.
Just gonna take a deep breath and just. It's good to be back underground.
And so, all of you travel at a downward angle for about 5 minutes, and until the ground seems to almost level itself out a little bit, and it seems to open up into a wide cavern. Not too terribly tall, maybe about 15-ish feet tall at some of its higher points. You see some parts of this cave seems to drop down to closer to like a 5-foot tall elevation before it pinches off. And before you notice that there is a lot of activity, as there's many humanoids that are walking about, and some of them are resting, as you see that there's quite a few in a meditative stance. You see pots and bahan crates and supplies packed up in some of the corners, and for you, Talos, I'd say you probably have the most experience with this through some of your missions and whatnot. This looks very much like a refuge camp.
Refugees?
Yes. After what befell our land, our people attempted to rebuild, but when Lord Thanatos took over, we were forced to flee our noble homes as he began conquering every small village and town that he came across. Those of us who resisted had to exile ourselves from our homes. And so, we have found ourselves homes within these caves. Though, we have to continue to move, lest we find ourselves vulnerable to discovery.
What idea? I kind of like I'm trying to keep my head like from bobbing down because
Exhaustion.
yeah, it's like
We are safe here now. Natural sands above, as well as some helpful hands from some of our more magically inclined, keep this place secure. Over here, we have a corner that is not currently being used. If you all wish, we will allow you to set up your sleeping bags as well as your arrangements over there to rest for the evening.
thank you. I'm gonna signal over to the caravan and the guards and point toward the location.
They all give a sleepy nod and guide the horses over towards that area.
So about
Okay.
those monsters that dwell underground, do you want to explain that a little bit more before we fucking go to bed?
You do not have to
Mon-
worry
what?
about them.
What about monsters? I'm kind of looking very groggily around. Like what?
The desert is home to many creatures, many that are predators, as this has become a very hostile land. And so, unfortunately, if you are not a predator, you become prey. Many of our magically inclined are friends with many of these creatures, but just to name off a few, some of the creatures that you could come across. We call one of them a sandstalker. They appear to be a a large creature with two pincers, claws of some of its appendages. It has also a very interesting camouflage to it, as it is able to hide in the sand and almost blend in as if it is one of them.
That would be bad. Not very fun to run into.
Some of them take the appearance of the sand themselves. We've come to call them dust devils. They appear to almost be like an elemental of sorts, like a wind elemental. But instead they are comprised of seemingly both sand and air.
I'm nodding at the same time, but it's like I'm like nodding, but clearly like it's like when you're in class and you're like, good.
Perhaps one of the more dangerous predators of the sands would have to be the scorpions.
Go for what?
The scorpions. They're these rather large. They are usually sometimes around the size of a horse, but they have about 6 legs that they travel across the sands with. 2 large pincers that they can use to devastating effect. But perhaps one of the more deadly features would be their stinger, as they seem to have a tail with a very sharp stinger that can pierce most armor. And the stinger, if it makes contact with a prey, it will inject it with a poison that will usually debilitate it quite heavily.
Oh,
Say,
lovely.
you have any of those scorpions around by chance?
We do keep
Why do you
some
want to
as-
know?
We do keep some as pets, as well as to help guard our encampments. Though they are quite hard to come by, as they are quite hostile and hard to tame.
Again, I thank you, but I need to lie down. It's like a stumble stagger.
Of course, you also get yourself some rest. In the morning, we shall take you to see our leader, Ranos.
Can I see one of the scorpions also and acquire some of their poison for research purposes?
Roll a persuasion check.
I'll take a soft 20.
Soft 20. Let me roll for him. As you request this, he looks at you and goes,
It could perhaps be arranged. We shall see what we can do for you in the morning. But for now, it is quite late. I need to meditate to recover my strength. And the rest of you all seem to require some rest as well.
I think that would be for the best. It has been quite an evening.
That is sad. Please, get some rest. We shall see you in the morning.
and he gives you all a slight bow and proceeds to walk over where he approaches what appears to be a guard who's wearing some scale mail and has a shield as well as a spear. As he kind of like nods and they have a quiet discussion with each other. The treasurer then proceeds to get out of the wagon and gather some of his sleeping goods as well as some of the guards. As the treasurer goes, I do not believe we should require tents in this structure.
Agreed. Apologies.
No, it is quite fine. We should get some rest. They seem to have our best interests in mind, so I don't believe that, unless you all just wish it, we should not need to have a night watch.
I don't think any of us are quite in shape for that, I'm afraid. But they don't seem to have any ill intentions from what I can sense or see.
And so the treasurer kind of sets down his bedding and lays down, as do the rest of the guards.
Good night, Lord. I head over to our section to set up my bedroll.
Dallen kind of flumps his stuff down and sits down and goes, ugh.
In the morning, we are going to have a long talk.
I understand. I need to... In the morning, I'll use some of my medicine that I got. It should help that from happening, at least for tomorrow.
You do that. I lay down, just like kind of thunk my hammer next to my side, and just I don't even bother taking my armor off. I just like lay there and just.
And then Milo, I assume, are you also doing that as well?
Yeah, I'll put a sleeping bag out, and then before I go to bed, I'll kind of pray to Istis.
Alright. And then Dain, anything you're doing?
My usual, just check equipment, but then also like settle back into a nice familiar feeling of being back underground, and then just fall asleep.
Yeah, you find that you fall asleep a lot quicker, and it's a lot more comfortable sleep than you've had in a long time. As you finally have a good sense of familiarity.
Hooray.
And so, as you all kind of fall asleep, make your prayers and preparations, you head to bed. And on the morrow, you all benefit from a long rest. For those of you who don't know how to do that, you can actually click on your character sheets. There's a thing on the right that says long rest or short rest. You can click that long rest, and it should automatically apply your hit points as well as your hit die and spell slots and everything else, I believe. Oh,
Let me see.
it doesn't seem to do anything for the spell slots. Oh well.
There we go.
Or no, I think it does. Let me double check that. And long rest. Boop. Oh, yeah, it replenishes your spell slots. Very nice. That's a cool feat. That's a cool thing. And upon the morrow, Dain, you're going to be the first to wake up, as being underground, you're able to naturally just kind of get up and go as you know what time it is. The rest of you all, though, will sleep in a little bit longer, as it is still really dark underground here, and you're not used to waking up like this. So, anything you want to do as you were the first to wake up, Dain?
I'm just going to explore the surroundings, really.
As you kind of get up and you notice the rest of your party is still sleeping quite nicely. You have a look around. You walk about this refugee camp as the stone itself. You see a lot of stalactites up in the ceiling. And separating some of the camps, you do see below them also some stalagmites that have formed. As you kind of like rub your hand across one of them, you feel the stone in your hand, and you can feel its age behind it.
Very nice.
And you look around, and you see that there's a lot of elves that are within this camp, but you do also see some humans as well as some lizard folk as well, as they all seem to be just kind of moseying about. Some of them appear to be working, moving some stuff around. Some seem to just kind of be sitting around little fires, just kind of talking, as some are eating what appears to be breakfast.
Okay. Sorry, my cat just came in and nudged me.
Give me attention.
Oh, yeah, she's been circling around me for the last like 20 minutes, meowing.
Yeah.
The other one is asleep.
Ow.
And And so, about the time when you start making your way back to camp, your movements, as well as some fire, like some more torches and fires being lit around the area, begins to stir the rest of the party.
I stretch and start popping my joints.
Some of you might notice Dallen, he has a stretch and then proceeds to pull out a pipe loaded up with about half a dose of something, like a pinch or something, and then his finger lights up into a small fire as he takes a few puffs. As he seems to be trying to relax a bit.
Yes.
Across the way a little bit, you will see the treasurer also get up, and as well as the guards, as they proceed. The guards proceed to get some rations out and prepare a little bit of food for the treasurer and themselves.
Ah, yes. Should probably do the same. Food.
Yes.
I'm gonna take the alchemy jug and make some water with it.
You uncork the one of the parts of it that you know represents the water side, and I'm assuming you're doing fresh water, not salt water.
Yeah.
So, and you happily pour out into everyone else's water skins, as well as if they have a cup. Whoever wants it, you can benefit from up to 2 gallons of water.
Thank you.
I assume if you're splitting it up evenly between the 4 of you.
Yes. Damn, that's one hell of a view Justin's got.
I was noticing that it is quite lovely.
So that's where the Feywild went. Took it with him.
Indeed. As you all are starting to partake of water, and I assume you start to get some rations out, the moon elf kind of like inches a little closer to you all. I wouldn't suppose that you'd have a little bit of extra I could partake in.
Alright, we've got a little bit of spare, and I'll pass a couple of my rations over.
Thank you. Man, he happily grabs one and...
All you need is a 12-gauge shotgun.
What? Hello?
Hello?
I don't know.
Is that someone's TV?
Okay, well, we'll just keep going. The moon elf happily takes some of the rations and begins to scarf them down. It appears he may have not have been eating very well the last few days. He's quite famished. As I assume the rest of you also eat some rations for the day.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Very good. Make sure you all write off your rations then appropriately.
1 sec.
Go. Alright, and so, as you all finish kind of eating and just kind of taking it easy and resting after the long night, is there anything anyone else wishes to do as we are here?
Probably check on the horses.
Easy enough, as the horses didn't go too far away, and as you look at it, you actually see that there's a few elves that are kind of hanging around them, and you see some of them are messing with some of their hooves. A few of them seem to be combing the manes. One of them has a brush. And as you approach, one of them goes, Sara, Abzi, you speak Elvish?
No. I'm just kind of like, greetings.
You speak common.
Yes.
Apologies. Are these your beasts?
They are. I was just coming to check on them and make sure they are well fed and
They are marvelous
watered.
specimens. Apologies, we could not help ourselves.
That is quite all right. I make a call to Ares. Ares.
And he kind of approaches you. Oh.
There you are, boy.
He nuzzles you a little bit. Raises his head up and then shows you his teeth.
Good boy. Let's check those feet here and make sure that none of that sand has gotten all up in there.
As you kind of have a quick look, no investigation check even needed. You can see that his hooves look quite nice. It seems that they were recently scrubbed.
Mm. I kind of look over to the others like, I'm guessing you tended to them?
Yeah, sorry, it was,
Oh,
we're just so
no
fascinated
apologies,
with
Phoebe.
them that, we just, like I said, we couldn't help ourselves.
No apologies needed. Much thanks to you.
One of the smaller ones kind of looks up at you and goes, "Why is this one so small?"
Oh, that belongs to our companion over there. And I point over at Milo.
Oh, why is he so small? Is he like me?
Not quite. He is a halfling. Their people are naturally
Halfling?
small. Yes, they are naturally small. They don't tend to get it much bigger.
Oh,
My other friend there, the one with the long beard, he is a dwarf.
oh. We've seen dwarves. They've come by from time to time.
Well, I am not quite as this is something my first time in these lands, and I was quite surprised when I came to this area. See all
These people are
sand.
surprised. It's very sandy around here.
That it is.
Mama
Yeah,
says that after enough time has passed, we might be able to make this land green and beautiful again.
That would be a glorious sight, young one. And I hope that all goes well.
And they kind of giggle a little bit and then run back to the small horse and proceed to continue brushing it.
Did I hear a conversation between Talos and this child?
Roll me perception.
You know, perception or my passive perception?
Well, would you have been actively trying to listen for this?
Not likely.
Yeah, what is your passive then?
15.
15. With a 16, you might hear some mumbling, but you don't quite pick up exactly what they're talking about.
Okay. It's probably for the best.
And so, as you take a look at the horses, Talos, they seem to be cared for. Although, some of them are a little bit, you can tell some of them are a bit anxious as they kind of look up into the ceiling, and like, they're not quite used to being in darkness for this long.
It's all right, little ones. It's all right.
Alright, anything the rest of you all are going to be doing?
Can I track one of those scorpions?
Like very highly dangerous animals with poison? Count me in.
You go fight a scorpion and roll initiative.
Wait, what?
No. So you want to try exploring the scorpion. Anything else Dane wants to do?
No, I'm just going to be wandering around, really.
I
And then
got you.
wandering off the party.
I'll say Dallen probably we be working on his wood carving.
That sounds like something Dallen would do.
As while he's kind of taking some puffs from his pipe, he pulls out his knife and some wood, and with 11, he just kind of starts to carve a shape. Mine is a little bit not at ease, so he's trying to kind of get his thoughts together. And so, as you, Milo, as you start to get up to look about to see if you can locate some of these scorpions, the shaman reappears and walks towards you all.
Ah, good morning. I see you all are getting yourself quite situated.
There we are.
If it pleases you, our leader, Ranos, would like to speak with you.
Do you mind if I take a look at those scorpions first, or is that not possible?
Let us have you speak with Ranos first. He is not one to be kept waiting.
Very well.
As he gives a slight bow, he indicates to follow him, and I assume all of you do.
Hmm?
The treasurer
Ew.
tags along behind as he indicates to the rest of the guards to kind of hang out with the rest of their stuff and make sure that everything stays put.
And nothing goes wandering.
And as you all kind of walk through the camp, you make your way back towards like a deeper part of the cavern, where there's a bit of a gap between everyone else's, like the rest of the camp, and there's a bit of a gap of just normal cave before you get to what looks to be a much nicer looking, an actual tent erected in this corner of the cavern. There's a few fires, torches displayed nearby, and there's a couple of guards and what appear to be decent armor standing in front of the tent. They eye you all as you approach. And as you get closer, the two kind of look at the shaman, give a nod, and one of them proceeds to push open and hold the tent flap open as the shaman enters. I assume the rest of you all follow?
Si, senor.
Alright. As you enter the tent, you can you immediately get a sense of atmosphere as there is some wisps of smoke flowing through the air. Immediately, the area feels tranquil, and as you kind of look around, you see not too many decorations. It seems to be quite a simple-looking tent, but there are a few pieces here or there, some old banners, as well as some vases, some jars, as it seems to be well-maintained. As you look in front of you, ahead of you, you see an individual who is currently sitting cross-legged on what appears to be a mat, but even then, you can tell that he seems to be pretty tall, roughly about 7 or 8 feet, give or take, by just from what you can see.
That's
Uh,
cool.
Even just from what you can tell sitting wise, he's probably closer. He's sitting when he sits up. He appears to be closer, probably 4 or 5 feet. But from what you can see, he's draped in some flowing robes that are the color of some bleached sand. He has long silver white hair that cascades down from his head all the way down to his waist. As in his cross-legged state, his hair almost seems to billow up in his lap. Around him, You're not quite sure if it is an extension of his hair or not, but it almost seems that there are fine grains of sand that seems to perpetually surround him. Deep lines and wrinkles etch his weathered face, revealing what you could only assume has to be wisdom and age that comes with being one who is that old. His eyes are closed, but as you approach and you all kind of get in front of him, his eyes slowly open to reveal a piercing shade of amber that seems to pierce through each of you as he acknowledges your presence. His attire, like as he gives you a nod and he proceeds to stand up, you can see that his robes are embroidered with lightweight desert fabrics, adorned with symbols of sunburst, wind patterns, and oasis springs. All over he's adorned with jewelry crafted from precious stones, each that seem to hold a significance of some sort that you may not be aware of. And around his neck, there is a pendant shaped like a golden sun. He gives you all a deep bow. Greetings. I am Ranuz. I am the leader of the Circle of the Sands.
I make a respectful bow in return.
I'll give a slight one.
And just double checking, no one knows Elvish except for, of course, Midas' character.
Could be
I
correct.
do not.
I don't think Dallen does. Let me double check. He does not. Okay. As he gives you all a slight bow, he gives a nod over to the shaman, who bows back and retreats back to the edge of the tent. I had been informed that you all have been approached by some of my men who appealed to you for aid against the tyrant, Lord Thanatos.
Yes. It's more of a spur of the moment, but we did aid them.
And for that, you have my gratitude. Unfortunately, it does appear that we have intertwined you with our struggle a little bit, but our scouts thus far report that it seems that the Anarian Guard that surrounds the desert, they appear to be searching for a group of individuals, though they did not have quite a description. Simply that some members of the Circle of the Sand and approximately 4 individuals were seen taking out an Anarian Guard patrol. Not much more information was given, but it would appear as if their patrols have increased amongst the sands. And so I'm having many of my scouts ease up, take shelter until this blows over.
At least they weren't able to properly give an identification.
Yes, that is good.
Tell me, what is your goal? As I was informed you are currently on another job.
Our current job is to take the treasure to Lancaster.
And the treasure kind of takes a step forward. Yes.
This here is Comet's company. They are currently employed by myself, and we are heading to the capital of Dundras, Lancaster, as I have some business there. After which they are free to return to Port La Montaigne if they wish. I see. Well, I imagine that if you wish to get to Lancaster, at this point, you will have some difficulty traveling to the sands. as no doubt, if your caravan was spotted by an Anarian Guard, they may attempt to apprehend you and bring you back to Anar Dracul for questioning. Now, I cannot confirm that, but if you so wish, I can have Sandstalker be a guide for you and take you on an alternate path that should avoid most of the Anarian Guard and lead you to a mountain pass that should take you around and eventually lead you to Lancaster.
It would be nice to have a guide to the desert. I don't know. What do you guys think?
As long as they are not openly wearing this rebellion's attire, should be okay, I would suppose.
They will be...
Sorry, let me double check my notes real quick. Just double checking a few things.
Well, if it's Soundstalker as well, he's also going to be like invisible for the most part. We also seem to... Talos, are you there still?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to fix something on my.
No, sorry, I just
I was
noticed
kinda-
you did.
Yeah, my-
Roll 20. So what?
Yeah, I'm trying to fix something, and there's something going on with my signal here. There it goes. Okay, just reset it.
All that I would ask is that if I do send a guide with you, that you pledge yourself to our cause, and once you are finished transporting the treasure, you will return and help us deal with Lord Thanatos.
Kind of look at the others like,
You.
Well, what do you offer?
If you were to aid us in helping to eliminate Lord Thanatos, you will have our people's infinite gratitude. You see, ever since the Red Dragons came through and torched our once beautiful land, we have been attempting to restore it. In some places we have succeeded. Any place you will find an oasis, that's where some of our work. But unfortunately, we are not able to mass restore the land on a larger scale due to some sort of curse. There appears to be some sort of curse upon which Lord Thanatos has cast. That so long as he is ruling over Anar Dracul, their sands will remain. Any place that starts to regrow quickly returns to sand and dust. Therefore, if we were to eliminate him, we feel as if we will finally be able to restore the desert back to its rightful state, to return it to the lovely woods that it once used to be. And so, as a reward, you will be responsible for helping to restore this land back to what it once was. Our people, anytime you enter this land, our people will give you anything that you need. Food, supplies, guidance through. You will be able to travel through this land 2 to 3 times faster than you ever could alone. You will forever be allies to us. Unfortunately, there's not much more that we're able to offer, as we are but humble servants of nature. We can only give what nature provides.
Give us a moment so me and my companions can talk this out.
Of course. And he kind of gives a slight bow and turns towards the shaman who approaches, and they kind of have a quiet discussion in Elvish. Dallen kind of pipes up a little bit and goes, "Not gonna lie, I've never really had a good feeling about that Thanatos. I don't like the idea of slaves. Whether or not you all are with me, after this, I do plan on returning back here to free those slaves." I made a promise, and I'm going to return Sophia back to her father.
That is noble. At the same time, though, we are talking about overthrowing essentially a country. And that could have a lot of implications.
Not gonna lie. Also, the money that Thanatos also promised to take care of these guys kind of sounds a lot better than just getting free passage.
As my oaths as a paladin, I cannot ignore the fact of slavery. At the same time, I have to find the truth before I make work. It's my order.
I think you're breaking up, Talos.
Again.
I think you're breaking up.
We just see Talos T-posing and start to ascend to the cabin.
He clips through the ground a little bit.
Talos, what the fuck are you doing? Get back down here!
Oh dear.
Uh,
We'll give him a second.
Alright, how about now?
Alright,
That's
that's better.
Alright, for my part, I cannot make any definite decisions yet. My oath as a paladin, I cannot forbear with slavery, but unless I know the entire and get the information and proven that, if anything, I'd like to see if I can get contact with my order first. They may have more of a jurisdiction or insight on what to do. Besides, my oaths as a paladin, I cannot do anything that would cost a large loss of life.
I agree with you there, Talos.
I mean, either way, you're gonna be doing a lot of killing.
Just gonna give you a sidelong look to my There's a difference between killing bandits and just killing of innocents that have no need to die.
Once again, either way, you're gonna be doing a lot of killing. I don't think all the people that are in Anar Dracul want to be there. However, I'm not 100% sure.
If you all do not feel as if you...
One sec, guys.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
The treasurer will kind of pipe up as you all are talking.
Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta move my car.
Oh, okay. I'll wait until he gets back then before I continue.
The wagon must be moved.
While he's doing that, do you all want to take a quick bathroom break?
Probably would be the
Sure.
best time for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well. So, we will be right back. Anyone back yet?
Yep, we're all back.
Yep.
Including Talos?
Yep.
Very good. Alright. So, we shall get back into it. Alright, so as you're all having the discussion, the treasurer pipes up. You know, if what he says is correct, and that they didn't quite get a description off of you all, there is still a chance that if we do go on our own and we come across one of the patrols, we might be able to appeal to them and perhaps also maybe give them some information that they can then use to dismiss us. If you do not wish to side with this circle immediately. The choice is yours, of course. After all, if we were to have the circle's aid, I imagine that having a guide that would guide us towards Lancaster would be most beneficial. Seeing as how we were struggling as it was on our own earlier, and I don't know about you, but to me it felt as if we traveled a lot quicker last night to get here than if we had been traveling on our own.
Definitely seemed we did.
Time saved is always quite valuable, as the more time you use up, the more resources you use up. More water, more supplies.
Yes, and we have to also not only for ourselves, but for our beasts of burden as well.
Indeed.
This desert is not a place I'd rather stay in as long as I want to get out of it as fast as possible.
How long do you have until you need to be in Lancaster again? I can't remember.
I have
Before the
several-
snow set in.
Yes, before the snow set in, which, by my calculations, we have approximately about 4 or 5 months before then.
And if we get ourselves too much involved now, then by the time it might, who knows how long it might take for it to be this, for all this to be finished.
How about we say we'll help them on the condition that we get a inn or tavern in the city?
Dallen kind of takes a look over at you. Like, a place that we could just stay for free? Or, like, we make that our home?
No, like kind of like a Comet's Landing in Antiva.
I think more of a business opportunity is what Milo is after.
Ah,
There's nothing quite wrong with that. After all, I do have my fingers in a lot of pies, but it seems young Milo here is an aspiring businessman. I can respect that. Trying to start a franchise, are we?
That depends. Are you trying to be competition or not?
Oh, no. I would never dream of being a competitor. Not as an investor, perhaps.
Me and you can talk about that a little bit later. But how do you guys
Comet's
say about
Landing,
that?
you said, eh?
Yes, in Antiva.
Most interesting. As he begins to rub his chin a bit.
I'm starting to think I said a little bit too much to you.
for now, let's just try to make our plans for now. If anything, as long as they dress in disguise, we could still use their aid.
On the condition that we come back and help them.
True.
As I've said, once our business is concluded and you've transported me to Lancaster, I can remain neutral to both parties, so it doesn't bother me either way, if you were to side with both the Circle or with Lord Thanatos. But this definitely does appear to be a situation that will need to be addressed, either by you or by someone else, as these two groups seem to be at odds with one another, and that the longer that this disagreement between the two groups goes on, I fear the more loss of life will occur.
Agreed.
So-
I had
Not
more
so
direct.
great for business.
If I had more of a direct line of communication to my order.
Yeah, try praying to your god or whatever, see if he gives you any direction.
It's actually not a bad idea. Why didn't I think of that? I'm kind of like going, I'm like a little annoyed with myself that I didn't think of it.
Are you gonna quickly step aside and try and do a
Yeah.
prayer?
Yeah.
I'll have you roll
Religion.
Yep, roll a literature for that.
Actually, can I do the same for Istis?
Sure.
17.
Very nice. And Dallen will kind of look over at you, Dain, and say, "As I stated before, I need to come back for the slaves. I cannot stand by while Sophia and the others are enslaved. So, I'll still help you all finish transporting the treasure across, but on the way back, I will be coming back here. I will not leave my brother alone."
I know, Dallen. I know.
Milo, I'll start with you. You kind of send a prayer up to Istis. You kind of wait. You feel a slight, you feel like a slight gaze fall upon you, but as you try to make sense of what you're feeling and whatnot, you feel uncertain, as if things are up in the air and it is uncertain how they will fall.
So I've been noticed, but not enough to give a shit about. Got it.
As for you, Talos, as you kind of give a prayer up to Bahamut, and you kind of meditate for a second on your prayer, you feel a warmth within your chest and a presence that is familiar and comfortable to you. And as you feel, you get as you turn your thoughts towards this circle, you get a warm, good feeling, an earthly feeling, one that it feels very nice. As you turn your thoughts over to Lord Thanatos, you get a more of a darker, more sour feeling, but one that still, nevertheless, is not terrible. But you feel like from Bahamut, you feel as if he, on one hand, while he does seem to feel that there's more goodness coming from the circle, there seems to be something that feels off when it comes to Lord Thanatos and the city of Anar Dracul. There's something interesting there that seems or feels darker to you, but you feel as if there's something more.
Kind of back over to the groups. From what I can interpret from Bahamut, that these at this circle of the sands are quite benevolent in their cause and their need. As for Lord Thanatos, there's something there, not quite evil in its sense, but there's definitely something more going on than what we might think of at first. The fact that they were able to capture a young blue drake. Not only that, but I'm not sure if any of you might have not noticed it after the battle in the arena, but for a moment, there was a shadow that completely covered the entire arena for a brief moment and sent a chill down my heart. I wonder.
So we siding with the circle, try to get some property in this, or what's the plan here?
I say we walk down the middle. We can give no official promises, but we can give no definitive that we will. But we can at least, since if we are able to make it so that we can enter Anar Dracul, then we can at least do some investigations, and if we find enough to definitively prove it, then we can fully give them our full 100% support.
And you, Dane?
I feel like we definitely do need more evidence before we give yes or no.
Especially that pyramid that Dallen spoke of. That is something that we should find a way to investigate.
Dallen, I would ask you also, but we already know where you stand, so please don't repeat yourself.
I don't like Lord Thanatos. There's just something off about him. From what my brother told me, while he does seem to rule quite fairly, my brother and I don't like the fact that he has to use slaves in order to, like, take care of his palace and, like, help his people. It's not right.
And I agree with you on that.
I'm not sure about this circle either, but they promised me that if I were to help their cause, that they would help free the slaves, as it would.
I sense no evil in them. So.
As it would help basically limit a lot of Thanatos' control and power.
I sense no evil from them. From what I was able to sense through Bahamut's blessing, is that they are true. They are true to their word that they wish to revitalize this land, and that they've suffered much. There's no evil in their hearts.
Can you
just
imagine
people
this
wishing to have
place, like, restored?
Think about all the wood you could get, Dallen.
I think it would be in poor taste to revitalize the land and then cut the trees down immediately.
I never said immediately, but...
I mean, if they're able
Besides,
to
the
restore
devastation.
land, then they might be able to supply wood. I mean, if they're able to restore the trees, then they probably have a magical means of growing it. I mean,
The devastation that was done by the red drakes, they're beasts of just pure chaos and destruction. But still, even after, from what my histories that I've learned, that even after such destruction, like, the land normally would still eventually heal. The fact that it still remains like a desert shows that there has to be something involved, something blocking their ability to commune with the nature to heal the land intentionally at that matter. And if Lord Thanatos is behind that, then he has to answer for that. For he is disrupting nature in itself for his own purposes.
Dallen kind of pipes up a little bit after a nat 20 Arcana check here.
Jeez.
It definitely sounds like there's some sort of curse that is affecting the land. I mean, I don't know if you all noticed, but some of the natural water sources, the water seems to be more red, like blood, in a way, and, well, if these people say that they can restore the land the way it was, my tribe back at home, we used to have some shaman that were able to control, like, the magic in the land, and so we were able to they were able to use their magic to, like, grow trees at an alarming rate that we could then use to build structure, weapons, like, supplies. They were able to accelerate the natural processes of the land. So I imagine that they could probably do the same thing, but if they say that if they haven't been able to now, there's definitely something that's got to be preventing them from doing so.
So, for the time being...
This whole place used to be a forest like a year ago, right? Like, how can, like, such a lush, foresty place just fall into this desert in such a short period of time?
Well, remember, what we were told about the dragon, those red drakes, came and scorched everything. But even that, I agree, from the histories that I've learned, that even after such devastation, especially by red drakes, the land normally is able to still be healed, either naturally or magical. So something is blocking that from happening. And as I said, if we're able to prove that, and if it is Lord Thanatos' doing, then he has broken one of the most ancient laws of nature itself for his own benefit.
Which I definitely don't like that idea.
So for the time being, we're going to be walking down the middle. However, if we do decide to help these guys later on...
If we do decide to help them, yes, we can ask to see if we can get a tavern.
Okay,
Very well.
I'll kind of step away from the group and look back at the leader here. Alright, we've come to a decision.
As you kind of speak up, the aged elf gives a nod to the shaman, who backs away as Ranos takes a few steps towards you all. I have discussed with my shaman about further accommodations. As I said, if you are to support us, we will always have a guide willing to guide you through the land. And of course, anything else that you might desire, we will do our best to accommodate.
So, for the time being, we cannot give our full support to you on the basis that we want to go back to Anar Dracul and get some more intelligence there first. However,
Especially...
if we
Sorry,
do,
I was trying to talk to someone else. Sorry.
if we do decide to help you in the future, we will on one condition.
And so what is that condition?
I would like to own a tavern or inn of some kind in the city.
You wish to have an establishment within Anar Dracul?
Yes.
He kind of rubs his chin for a second, thinking. Well, I cannot promise such a thing right now. Once Lord Thanatos is dealt with, you all will no doubt be seen as heroes to the city. And whether or not there's a place already established that we could give to you, or if you would need to have one built, we would do our best to accommodate such a thing. Seems to be the least that we could give you in exchange for helping to end the tyranny of Lord Thanatos.
On a side note, Tim, you said that, and then I just heard thunder rumble across outside. It's like,
Feel
ooh.
my power.
So, well, it just got fucking ominous.
Then you will fucking help us, goddammit.
But I will say that if you are withholding your full aid and support of us at this time, then unfortunately I will not be able to offer a guide to help you out of this desert. Mostly for our protection, if you understand.
You completely understand.
But as a compromise, if you say that you are far more willing to aid us, then I will suggest that on your travels as you head back towards Lancaster, a direct route will not be wise, as the intense desert that stands between us and Lancaster will no doubt be a deadly peril for you. Instead, we would offer a path to the southwest of here. There is a gap through the mountains that... There is an ally of ours there. ally of ours that could help guide you through there. He is not necessarily one of us, but he has shown no ill will towards us, and perhaps may show kindness to you as well.
Who is this ally? Or are you not willing to divulge his name for his own safety?
I will not divulge it for his own safety, as I feel no ill will towards you all, but for simply our sake, if you are not fully involved with us, then for both your safety as well as others, we must keep things as quiet as possible. I'm sure you understand.
Can we get like a town or something he's in? Because there's a guide to the southwest. That's a pretty broad area.
He resides within the mountains. As far as we know, he does not necessarily live in a town. As to the way of finding him, well, we have found that usually he finds you.
Very well.
There's a bit a slight sadness in his eyes as he finishes talking, but he then looks up and his face straightens up. I understand that you require more information, and I pray that when you do return, if you are able to make it to Anar Dracul, that you are able to find the information you seek in order to know the truth about Lord Thanatos. Truthfully,
Yes.
it may become harder and harder, as my scouts have informed me that they have been noticing his defenses have been increasing as of late. During an arena battle that happened a few days ago, we were having some scouts attempting to infiltrate the palace, but they were unsuccessful due to the fact that they discovered that the sides of the cliff sides have been soaked in some sort of oil or a mystical thing that prevents anything from climbing up it. And the guard patrols at night have increased doublefold.
Yeah,
Don't
that
know
might
if-
be my bad.
There might have been some sort of informant, perhaps, that may have informed them of our trying to infiltrate. And so we are looking through our own ranks currently to see if we have a snake.
I'm gonna stop you there. I don't think it's your guys's. I think it's someone else that tried doing things.
Oh, and how would you know this? Have you seen something? Do you know something?
I know
Kinda-
something,
As he leans
but
in
for
closer.
I do know something. However, for my informant's safety, I have to keep that private.
Roll me a deception check.
I'm sure you understand, as you cannot tell us anything about your.
He's rolling insight on you now, so I need you to counter with deception.
21.
Alrighty, let me see. What is that? Okay. He, as you finish talking, he nods. He goes, "I understand. Well, any information that you wish to indulge, perhaps at a later time, our people would be most grateful for it, as information is hard to come by. Lord Thanatos keeps a lot of information too close to his chest. But, as we will be unable to guide you through the desert, we hope that you will come around to aiding us in our struggle against Lord Thanatos and the revival of this land that has become known as Irae Draconis."
Though, I will ask one more question from you. Do you know anything about this pyramid outside of Anar Dracul?
Let me roll history for him. You've got such interesting proficiencies, but not the ones that are quite needed, but that is quite fine. The pyramid just south of Anar Dracul, yes?
Yes, that would be the one.
From what I remember, that pyramid is far older than the city. It used to be a part of the city. At one point in time, it was used to bury the dead of important fey creatures who perished here and did not return to the Feywild.
That is interesting.
They used to be surrounded by a barrier of trees that kept intruders out, but after the scorching of the desert, it has laterally become exposed. Unfortunately, from the information my scouts have attained, we do not know what has become of it recently. There was a riddle that adorns the front of it, barring any from entering it unless they can answer it. But according to my scouts, apparently all that they have seen enter have not exited. So whatever resides within it, unfortunately, I'm unsure. But know that it used to be a home for the dead.
I'm gonna kind of turn around back to the rest of the party, be like, hey, do you think that fucking lich went over there after it kind of just dipped out?
No, not him.
What, you mean Maldraxxus?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Who's talking?
That would be Dallen.
Down. If we found information like that, and I'm certain the Ash Marchers would like to know about that.
Yeah, but it'd be kind of weird that Maldraxxus would come over here, wouldn't it? I mean, it's awfully close to the city. I feel like, well, I mean, I guess we did find him in a city, as he kind of looks at the rest of you.
I mean, it would fit his MO. Cities that's under siege or going through struggles, go to their graveyard, resurrect some bitches.
Influence anyone that might be able to when controlling people.
We just don't really know much about liches or this Maldraxxus to know for certain, but I suppose that's a valid point.
If we find any evidence of it, we'll definitely need to find a way to contact the other Paladin orders, and they would definitely be able to support the Circle of the Sands if they find that Thanatos is involved in any form of way.
I do not know who this Maldraxxus is. This is a name that is unfamiliar to me.
This is a lich. And certainly you may know what a lich is.
Unfortunately, this is also a foreign word to me. I'm not familiar with what a lich is.
Long story short, it's an undead guy that does magic and shit that's very powerful.
And they resurrect the dead for their own purposes, primarily armies.
That is most concerning sounding. Well, my scouts informed me that nothing exits that pyramid, so if this is individual, the Maldraxxus has entered this pyramid, it does not.
Are there any underground tunnels in that?
No, not that we are aware of.
Catacombs?
The pyramid itself acts as its own catacomb. For as I remember hearing from the old legends, it was comprised of 3 floors. The first floor were the caretakers of this pyramid. The second floor comprised of what they needed to embalm and preserve the inhabitants, as our people once believed that in death the body must be preserved in order to ensure that in the afterlife they maintain a solid form, lest they fall into dust and be forgotten forever. And so the second floor was used to embalm and prepare the bodies for their eternal slumber. The third floor was said to hold far more important and powerful of the beings that perished during that time.
Was there any, like, holy orders in that pyramid also?
Not that I'm aware of. Like I said at the time, it was mostly comprised, the land was comprised of my people, as well as many fey creatures. Hence why the land was known as the Baywood.
If Maldraxxus has entered there, then that's not good.
We don't know for sure yet. However,
No, but it does sound like a place where he would reside.
unfortunately,
So you all do not. So you all will be heading out very soon, then, I presume.
Yes,
Very well.
but I guarantee we will return once to these lands once we are finished with bringing the treasurer to his destination. And if we find any evidence that points to confirming what you have told us, then we will aid you.
Very well. I will inform you now that my people will be watching over you in the desert, but for the safety of our people, we will not interfere with anything that should happen.
That's understandable. The safety of your people comes before all, after all.
Of course, I am glad you understand. But just for our safety's sake, that is why I will be having you followed to ensure that if perhaps your intentions are not pure, and you instead go to the Lord Thanatos and attempt to give him information that may compromise my people, you will know, and will unfortunately become enemies.
I doubt we'll be able to give him any information on location, since honestly I have no idea how where this place is, or even how we even got into here.
we walked into here, Talos.
I meant directional wise. There's too much sand. Couldn't see anything.
That is intentional. As he kind of like flexes his hand a little bit, and you see a bunch of the sand that's around him seems to swirl around him at a blinding speed that almost seems to create a barrier around him, and then dissipates. While it may not be apparent to you, I have spent much time in the desert, and I've come to understand a lot of its unique properties. And so, I have been using my knowledge of what this land has become to protect us, to ensure our safety, security.
That is a very useful skill.
While you are here, you will be seen as allies. You will be able to restock on any supplies if you so need it, though unfortunately we will have to charge you for it, as we will not be able to give it over for free.
I understand.
But once you leave, my kind will view you as a neutral party until such a time that you pledge your allegiance to our cause. And of course, as I said before, if anything were to change, you will become enemies of our people, and unfortunately may be caught up in the conflict to free ourselves from the tyranny of Lord Thanatos.
Understood on that part.
Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss?
I'm good on my part.
I'm good on my part.
I'll turn towards the elf now as well.
Give me a quick, just base charisma check, Milo.
So, d20 plus my charisma modifier.
Yes.
Yikes.
As you all finish talking, the Ranos looks over to you, Milo, and goes, I was also informed that you wish to view our scorpions and perhaps extract some poison from them.
Yes, that is correct.
I will permit you to view them, so that you may be better prepared in the desert in case you might come across a wild one. But unfortunately, due to security reasons, I cannot allow you to take any of the poison.
However, that would render my research useless, since, as the shaman here has mentioned, the stinger is their most deadliest part.
Yes, and if you take some time to view their behaviorisms, I'm sure you will learn much, as we have. But the only way in order to deter yourself away from the poisonous effects of them is to use magic to negate the damage that their poison causes. Or to perhaps pick up some antivenom. Which, if you do wish to obtain some, we do carry some vials of antitoxin that we've crafted and created from our scorpions.
That would be useful. Just in
Are you
case we had run into any wild ones.
Yes.
Are you sure you can't take any of the poison away?
No. As I said, due to security reasons, you cannot allow such a thing.
Come on, Milo. If you're lucky,
the
you'll be
shaman
able
said
to.
yes.
If you said maybe.
No, he said yes.
I wish you all a safe journey.
Besides, we might run into some on the way. We might get a chance to gather some fresh.
But I could gather some fresh stuff here.
Come. Can't have everything in life.
Ranos gives you all a deep bow as you exit the tent. The treasurer, kind of turning, goes, Thank you for your time. We appreciate your hospitality.
Before I leave the tent, can I turn and be like, I'll even pay?
He waves his hand at you just as dismissal. Yeah, fortunately, I had you roll kind of a base charisma to determine how willing he was, and you rolled quite low. And he rolled very high.
Damn.
As you all kind of exit the tent and make your way back towards your camp, The shaman addresses you all.
We appreciate your consideration for our cause. When you're ready, I will guide you out of our encampment here. But after that, I will leave you to your own devices.
Once we're finished with our own business with the treasurer, and we're able to gather more intelligence, we may see each other again. Fortune follow you.
You as well. Please let anyone know if you require anything. And let me know when you're ready to leave.
He gives a slight bow and goes over to a couple other individuals who are looking a little hurt, and he kind of waves his hand over them a little bit to start healing them.
I suggest we gather at least some extra supplies, especially that anti-venom, right?
Yes, but that would be a good thing to snag.
I'd rather not be poisoned out there. I don't think any of our healing potions would work against that.
Or at least not very well, anyway. And while I know I have a little bit easier time with poisons, it's not still not fun. I don't think I'd be able to withstand that one.
Very well. I will talk to the guards, and we will start packing up camp while you all finish up your business here. As the treasurer kind of gives you all a slight nod and returns over towards the guards, who start packing up their stuff onto the carts and wagons.
Give a nod as well and turn back to the group. Well, this has been interesting.
Yes. I definitely have my suspicions against Thanatos, especially after seeking guidance from Bahamut. But there's definitely something more going on there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what to make of him either. After all, my caravan was simply traveling through the desert, and, well, I was simply captured. Sorry, I've just been kind of hanging out back here.
No, you're alright, my friend.
Yeah, unfortunately,
You're more than welcome to travel with us.
Yeah, my caravan, we were heading over here because we heard talk about how the land became a desert, and we wanted to come over and supply aid and help towards the locals, help them in their trying times. Try to save as many people as we can, but on our way, we were ambushed by a lot of the desert creatures, including, I guess, what they call scorpions. They killed a lot of my friends. I was almost killed too, but then the Anarian guys came in and they killed all the couple creatures that were left and saved me. But then they thought I might have been part of the circle, so they recognized I used magic. They found me, gagged me, and well, just kind of carried me behind them until you guys engaged and you saved me and you killed them. So that was a thing.
We're sorry that we couldn't help your friends.
No, that's what nature does. But I guess I don't know if I really like these guys either. They're not currently attacking us, but I don't know if I really trust them. I trust you guys more than anything else that's been out here in the desert, so if y'all don't mind, I might just tag along behind you for a bit. Might be a good idea to maybe get myself resituated back in Lancaster.
Yes. Like I sense no evil from them. Their intentions are pure.
Well, if you guys don't mind, I think we're going to go help the guards get things set up, Dallen. So, I guess I'll see you all in a bit.
I will be. We shall reconvene in a bit.
Alright. And Dallen hoofs over to gather up everyone's stuff and start loading up into the cart. As Dain, Milo, and Talos, you're left there to do as you will.
I, for one, I'm going to see if I can get some of those supplies. Anyone care to join me?
I would, but I guess I probably should still go take a look at those scorpions.
You really want some of that venom, don't you?
They already said no. I'm not going to try to push my luck anymore. But I might still be able to learn something, so I guess I'll go.
So Milo's heading over to take a look at the scorpions, and then Dain.
I'm gonna head with Talos and grab some of the anti-venom and possibly see if I can listen for some info as well.
Alrighty, so you two are heading over to grab some like anti-venom and maybe grab some other supplies.
Yeah.
Very good. I'll go ahead and start with Milo then, just for that. So Milo, it doesn't take you very long as you kind of talk to, you flag down the shaman and tell him that you'd like to take a look at the scorpion. He guides you over towards deeper into this cave until you reach an area where you see that there's a small alcove that seems to have been carved into the side of the rock with some fencing in front of it. And with your Hand of Glory, you don't have much trouble seeing inside it, as you see about 3 giant creatures. Like, these are large beasts. Like, it takes you a second to be like, whoa, because you realize that these things are either just as big or bigger than, like, Talos and, like, Dallen's horses. As you see that they have like 6 spindly legs that protruding out from their sides. They almost have an arachnid way of moving about, and as you look at their face, you see multiple eyes, what you can only assume is eyes glinting in the light. Let me double check, make sure.
Those are the scorpions?
Yes. These are some of the natural creatures found within the desert. We've been able to, well, ensure that they don't attack us. They are natural predators, and so, in a way, they are our allies, but in another, it is not safe to assume that they won't attack you at any moment.
So they are not tamed. Got it.
And as you take a look, it's got at least 4 big eyes and some pincers in the front for like what you can only assume is its mouth. It's got 2 huge claws, which, as you take a look at it, you realize that those claws look like super large version of a lobster claws, because you've been in the sea enough that you saw a few lobsters, and it just kind of it looks like a demonized version of like a lobster almost. And as you take a look at its tail, you watch as it kind of like hangs over the rest of its body and has a hook, a very sharp needlepoint hook tip that's at the very end of it that you can almost see what looks to be maybe a little bit of moisture glistening off the tip of it. And let me have you roll me a either nature check or animal handling of your choice.
Ugh.
Neither one, apparently.
All right, I'll do nature then.
14. Very nice. As you kind of stop and study this, you watch as they kind of move about. As you kind of are shuffling about, you take a step to the left in order to get a better look at it. And I will say that you notice that as you take a step to the side, it almost seems to jerk as it turns towards exactly where you stepped and looks in your general direction, and then kind of. And then it seems to turn back around and go about its business. And as you kind of take a look, as you stare at it a bit, you see that its body seems to almost have some sort of natural armor to it, as its carapace seems to be... It looks sturdier, especially as you watch a pebble fall down from the ceiling and bounce off its carapace. It doesn't even seem to notice it.
Can I try to look and see if there's any weak spots in this carapace?
Let me see. I would have to say probably perception to try to see if you can find anything like that, but with disadvantage as you're unfamiliar with this creature, and unless you wanted to do a investigation, but then you'd have to get in the thing with them.
23.
Okay. With a 23, you have your sharp eye kind of peers into it, and you can see that while the carapace seems to almost work like a what would be considered a plate armor for some people, like a low-level plate armor. You can see that because of the way its carapace is, in order to move, it does have joints as well as spots that aren't nearly as covered, or as you see its legs moving, you notice that the legs themselves seem to be thinner and not as nearly as well armored as the rest of its body. So you're thinking, okay, so maybe with the legs, and maybe you were to stick your a weapon in here, you might be able to do this or that. You have a fairly good understanding of ways you can attack it or hit it that would probably make it be effective. Although, let me double check. Does it have anything? Yeah, for these normal ones, they seem rather strong, but you think you should be able to take it. But then, as you take a look at the third one, which appears to be larger than the other two, you notice that one, with that check... Sorry, I'm checking my notes here. There it is, yeah. As you take a look at the final one, you realize that this one is slightly larger. It seems to be more alpha than the rest of them, and its carapace seems to be a lot thicker to it. And as you kind of keen your eye onto that one in particular, you realize that when it kind of if you were to try to slash or stab at it, it seems that its carapace might be a little too thick in order to make good use of that. I feel like you might have to crush it to maybe do some serious damage to that one in particular.
Okay.
As you're staring at the big one, the shaman looks at you and goes,
That is a particular alpha of the giant scorpions that we are calling the Scorpion King. We're not sure how many of those are out there, but they seem to be particularly more violent and deadlier than their normal giant scorpion counterparts. We think that's because they seem to lead packs of these scorpions, and therefore they seem to move and roam in groups of 3 to 6 sometimes.
Okay. Anything else you can tell me about these things before I shit myself?
Well, naturally you want to stay away from stingers up there. Although, what we've noticed, the giant scorpions, they only seem to exude poison or their venom from their stinger. But the king, for some reason, he seems to exude some sort of venom even through his claws, his pincers. As we've seen him grab hold of something, and the leftovers of what he had left had poison in it. So we believe that all attacks from the Scorpion King might be a lot deadlier than his counterpart.
Anyway, you have any of those remains around that I could take a look at?
Unfortunately not. They tend to consume them rather quickly.
Is there any, like, small animals running around in this cave by chance?
Give me a perception.
24.
As you take a look around the cave, you see that there's a couple. Like, there's a lot of people kind of roaming around. You hear up in the rafters some bats squeaking, and you might, as your keen eye looks around, you might see a rat scurrying on the by some crates before disappearing. But aside from that, the only other things you can find are nearby are some pet dogs and cats.
Would you be able to maybe get one of those rats to go into the cage and so I can take a look?
That would be quite difficult, and unfortunately I fear a rat is not exactly much of a prey for these large beasts, but it is the morning, feeding time, if you wish to examine how they feast.
As he indicates to someone approaching with a bucket of meat.
Very well.
Very well,
And he gives a nod to the gentleman as he approaches, who has a bit of a quizzical look towards you, and then at him, and then just whatever, before taking these slabs of meat and tossing it into the pit. As they get tossed in, as soon as they hit the ground, the scorpions immediately face it and scurry towards it. And one of them immediately strikes it with its stinger, and before grabbing it with its pincer and as the rest of the meat gets thrown in, you get some similar visages as they quickly consume the meat that is thrown in.
Mildly terrifying.
Imagine how fucking Milo feels right now. Fuck!
Yeah, these things are bigger than a horse, and so naturally they're like many times larger than. It's like if Milo was almost looking at a titan, practically.
3 times larger, got it. Okay. I think I've seen enough here. Thank you. I'm never mind. I regret all of this.
I hope that you've learned enough to help you survive in the desert. Tell your allies that when they are ready to come find me.
Yep, I'll let them know. Do you guys have a bathroom around here?
Yes. We do have a... beware the smell. We have been here for some time. But it's over there.
That's fine. Thank you. And I'm gonna run over there.
Alright, so we'll head to Talos and Dain. As you kind of roam around, you're able to find what you kind of recognize Talos as a makeshift quartermaster, as this elf is attempting to count and organize some supplies and goods.
Greetings.
Sava.
We were told that we could purchase some anti-venom.
You seek a means of protecting yourself from the scorpions of the desert.
Yes.
Yes. Let me see. And he kind of looks through stuff here. Normally, I only reserve this for our people, but I've been informed that Razo has given you permission to purchase what you need. Unfortunately, our prices might be more expensive than what you would find in a town, but unfortunately, getting supplies is rather difficult for us.
I quite understand.
And he kind of walks over to a small crate and opens it up, and you see a small collection of vials. Rather small, but these here are antitoxins. They will work against poison, but once you consume them, they will only work for about an hour. But ideally, it should help whatever or whoever has been struck by poison resist the effects of it, or negate it entirely.
Excellent.
Fortunately, I do not have many here, but for a single vial, I am able to offer it for 75 gold pieces. And I have approximately, and he kind of gives a count, I have 6 vials I can spare. Any more than that, and unfortunately we'll start taking from the stock we need to protect our people.
That is quite alright. That
It is,
math. What's that?
You're good. If it is food you need, I can offer portable rations of dried meat and nuts that we have. I can offer a day's worth of rations for a gold apiece.
I'm good on my rations. How about you, Dain?
So I'm good, but going a little bit more won't hurt. I'm gonna put down 15 gold.
Thank you. Yeah, and he passes over a couple bundles that are full of food to you.
Nice.
I'm gonna pull out 450 gold to buy all 6, so I can divide it between our group.
Thank you. I pray you do not need it, but if you do, that serves you well. And then he hands you a small box with 6 of the antitoxins. Kind of, I'm sure you've seen like a wooden box that has these holes, like a small wooden board with holes in them, 6 holes, and each of them has a glass vial within it.
Yeah.
As you kind of pick it up and investigate it, you see that it has a bit of a slightly clear but slightly yellowish, maybe greenish kind of looking liquid within it. I will warn you that from personal experience, they do not taste good. But they can save your life.
I'd rather have something that saves my life and doesn't taste good than having something that tastes good and does nothing.
We do not have much, but was there anything else you were needing?
Not that I can think of.
You wouldn't happen to sell anything that would protect one's eyes from the sand, would you?
Unfortunately, the best defense against that would be to wear a robe with a large hood to cover your face.
Alright, very well. Thank you again.
Of course. Safe journeys to you.
I'm guessing the traveling cloaks that we have don't have hoods on them.
The cloaks
Well, I got-
do, as a general.
Yeah, I think it was the ones that we purchased for like the specifically designed for desert travel.
I think Dallen was the one that purchased them for you all, if I remember correctly.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a general, most cloaks they come with like installed with a hood, as well as a big, large like part to it that is supposed to cover most or all of your body, as a way of usually protecting you from the elements like rain, the sun, etc.
Yeah.
Also to
And
help
that
keep you
probably
warm at times if you need it.
Yeah. And probably helped disguise who we were to the guards.
May have also helped with that as well. Alright, so you two are finished shopping?
Yes.
Alright. As you head back towards the rest of the encampment, you'll see as Dallen is finishing loading up a few things onto the wagon, and the horses have all been strapped up. And I assume, Milo, you also make your way over?
Yep.
Hey, we're about ready to go. Milo, are you okay? You look a little pale.
I thought I saw some shit in my time, but... Fuck.
Well, bugs aren't your thing.
You know what, Talos? I hope for the day you see something 3 times your size that could easily kill you with its fucking tail.
Technically, he did.
I think I kind of think about that. I kind of think I'm like,
That blue dragon
yeah,
was
hello.
certainly large.
it's like technically.
And then we also had the sharks as well.
I kind of shiver at that sharks.
Not quite 3 times the size, but yes.
Maybe
It's those
not the
eyes. Like the teeth aren't the problem. It's the black eyes. It's just, and they roll backwards, and as soon as it tried to bite you, let's just change the topic.
Yeah, that's how I fucking feel about these goddamn scorpions, okay? Fuck you, Talos.
Well, I think we're about all ready. Yes. I am well ready prepared for our continued travel to Lancaster. If I remember correctly, I believe that the Elder informed us that a path to the southwest are going to be our most viable route.
Aye. Then southwest we shall go.
I will have one of the guards inform that shaman to guide us out to their encampment. And one of the guards kind of runs off, and before long, brings back the shaman. So, you're all ready?
Yes.
Very well. Then we shall proceed. And he begins to walk towards one side of the cave, and I assume you all hop up on your horses and wagons and proceed to follow him.
Yes.
Yeah.
As you do, as you get closer to the edge of the cave wall, you're somewhat surprised to see the standing figure, tall with his long silver hair, waiting to see you off. As before you see Ranus.
Here to see us off, or?
Yes. I wish you a fair and safe journey. Remember, you must head southwest, and then once you pass the river, you will come across the mountains. There, After traveling for some time, you should come across this ally of ours. So long as you appear to be friendly, he'll make his presence known to you. So I would advise when you get closer, do not make yourself out to be a threat. Otherwise, well, it may be very bad for you.
Understood.
Good thing we are the peak of friendliness.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
We'll do it. We'll do everything that we can to be as the least amount of aggression as possible.
By my calculations, without one of our guides, it will take you approximately 5 days to travel across the desert to reach your destination. Stay vigilant, and hopefully you will arrive safely. But know that since the desert sands have been blowing through this land, it has become far more dangerous than it used to. There are even things out there that I have not seen. And he kind of gives you a nod. Travel
Thank you
safe.
for that.
And we shall be awaiting words of hearing if you will join us or not. And he kind of gives a step back as the shaman gives him a big low bow and then proceeds to walk through the tunnel that's ahead of you.
Let's be on our way.
Aye.
Very well.
As you follow behind the shaman, you all can, as you all travel forward through the tunnel, this long and slightly winding, but eventually you come to a point where you can see a faint light glowing ahead of you. And as you all get closer, you can see raging sands above you as the shaman puts his hand up again and seems to part this desert as you all exit into the bright, blinding sun of the sands.
That is, oof.
Immediately, you feel the heat start to come through as, with the sandstorm around you, it almost feels as if you're in an oven, as you're just surrounded by it's like a convection oven almost, as the wind is blowing and it's hot. And thankfully, because of the shaman, you're not getting buffeted by the sands, but visibility becomes zero around you.
It's like being in the forge out here.
And after a roughly half an hour or so of travel, eventually you notice as the sands start to calm down a bit, and you enter, you crest a dune and look ahead of you to see just sands just ahead of you, with maybe some dots of some what looks to be maybe oases in the distances. As the shaman turns back to you and says,
This is as far as I can take you. A safe journey to you all. And please, consider greatly the evil that must be stopped in Lord Thanatos.
and he gives you all a bow before walking back into the sandstorm behind you. And so you all are left standing there.
We best be on our way.
Aye.
Desert heat. This heat affects our horses in a more negative way.
I'm gonna bring out my compass and find out where southwest is.
Very good. Using your compass as you bring it out, it takes you a second for you have to brush away some sand off the front of it, And as you hold it still for a second, you're able to navigate the company to the southwest as you all begin to travel. And as we begin to travel, I would like someone to roll me a D100.
I'll do it. Why not?
Ooh, a 43. Let me see.
Scorpion King comes out of the desert.
Oh, please no. I don't want to see one of those right now.
Not even if it looks like. I know, but it's not the. But Milo, it's not the one that's in the cave. It's the one that's in the memes.
Oh god.
Lord. You see what appears to be a scent scorpion. Half man, half scorpion. Roll initiative. Let me see here. Okay. So, as you travel through the desert, this hot sun buffeting you all from above, the winds blowing past you, providing a little bit of relief. What is our marching order?
I'll be at least somewhere in the front just because I've got the compass.
Alrighty, so we have Dain in the front. Anyone else?
Well, in the back, I guess.
Alright, Milo tailing behind. Talos?
I'll be in the front with Dain.
Alright, so you two are in the front. Dallen will be riding in the middle of the caravan to kind of keep an eye and be prepared to head in either direction if need be. Alright, so Dain and Talos, I would like you both to roll me a perception check.
Alrighty.
17, very nice.
Check. One sec. Where's the button?
Ooh, very
One
nice.
is-
As you two are kind of riding ahead and making sure the path is clear, you ride a small distance ahead of the caravan to get over a dune. And as you start to crest the dune, the hair in the back of your neck stands up for a second, Dain, and you quickly signal to Talos to hold off. And as you do, Talos, you stop, and by instinct you start to scan around, and the not too far distance, traveling in a slightly sideways angle that you guys are heading, you see what appears to be a patrol of something, some humanoids, and what their clothes appear to be more black and deserty color, traveling towards the east. And with your soft 20 perception, Talos, you kind of squint a little bit, and there appears to be approximately 4 of them. One seems to be kind of hanging out in the back, while 3 of them are just kind of in a simple patrol formation.
Are these the Anarian Guards?
Could be.
Hmm.
A bit of a distance, so you can't quite tell, but you never know for certain. Could be some travelers. I mean, it's whatever you want to think.
Let's try to not draw attention.
You know, as much attention as we are trying not to bring. Well, we are a giant caravan moving through the desert.
So you want the caravan to proceed forward stealthily?
More cautiously, not trying to draw too much attention.
All right. I'll have everyone then roll a group stealth check to see what happens here.
Oh shit, that's slide again. My bad.
Uh,
No, it's same modifiers, so
What the?
That's a double nat 1 on Dain.
Is it okay if I just keep that roll since it's the same modifier either way?
Sure, I'll allow it. So it was a good success. Dain and Talos have. No, that's gonna equal 3 fails. Dallen needs to. Let's see. Okay. That's a success from him and from Mr. Midas's character. He shall roll. Well, I'll count that as a success, and then with that and one more. Ooh, okay. Woo. Alrighty. And so, as you kind of ride back a bit and inform the rest of the caravan that there seems to be some sort of patrol up ahead, everyone seems to kind of hunker down a little bit. They start moving the horses a little slower. Dain, you just kind of run right up to the front of the group and just proudly look at your compass as you're like, all right, it is this way. As you're not stealthy at all. So you're able to lead the caravan correctly, but you're not being stealthy at all. But as you continue to press forward, Talos, with your, I'll say, continuing to carry over your 20 perception, you're kind of poking over some of the dunes and keeping an eye. You stop for a second as you see one of the heads of the patrol seemingly scanning over in your general area, and they seem to almost stop for a second, and you kind of freeze, and time seems to stop. And then they start walking forward again. As that patrol seems to continue heading to the east. As your caravan goes unobstructed. You just succeeded on that group stealth check.
Oof.
No help from me.
Yeah, honestly, it would have been a lot better, but if you hadn't, because if in group stealth checks, if you get a critical fail, it counts as 2 failures. If you get a critical success, it counts as 2 successes. And so generally, whenever you're trying to do a group stealth check, you have to balance out how many fails to successes you have. If you have more failures than successes, obviously that's a failure. If you have more successes, likewise. If you even it out, then I have to roll a few other things to determine how to do a tiebreaker, essentially.
That's fair. Good to know.
Alright, and so as the Comets Company continues to the southwest, the sun begins to set in the sky as everyone's exhausted. The horses have you've had a few stops along the way to have the horses drink some water from what you had stored on the barrels ahead, and I assume, Dain, you use your alchemist jug to prepare water for the party again?
Yeah.
Yeah, because as you're traveling through the desert, it is incredibly hot. You all are sweating a lot, and instead of needing to consume 1 gallon of water, you have to consume 2 gallons of water a day.
Yes, and while Dain would prefer a good stiff drink, needs water.
And so you all are able to not gain exhaustion from lack of food or water, and as the sun begins to set, and I assume you all will need to look for a place to camp. So, whoever wants to, you can roll perception or survival of your choice to find a suitable place to camp for the night.
I guess I get a roll perception then. Or anyone else they wish.
Alright. 1 sec. I'm trying to get this thing to work. There's 6.
Oof.
Nice.
Dallen will take a look.
13 on survival for me.
With Dane's 13 and Dallen's 17. Like Milo and Talos, you both are kind of getting hot, exhausted, and like you're starting to feel frustrated because it feels like you're moving at a snail's pace across this desert.
I'm just watching for scorpions instead of anything else.
Mm-hmm. You're focused. You're paranoid, looking around to make sure that these scorpions that come popping out of the sand out of nowhere. As Dain and Dallen together, you you find a flat spot in the nearby distance that seems to be less sand on the ground there, so it's a little bit harder earth, which seems to be fairly ideal for a camping spot. And so the caravan proceeds over there and sets up their tents, sets up camp, and a few fires are set, but they're kept relatively low for protection. Is there anything anyone wants to do for the evening?
Probably just gonna do my usual, check over gear and such.
Alright, investigation.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I did the same.
Alright, investigation from you as well. Ooh,
I
Dain.
see everything.
As you have a look inside your bag, Dain, you've looked through everything. Everything seems to be in good condition, albeit a little sandy in some places. So you take the time to kind of go through some of your weapons and your arms and armor to kind of dust out some of the sand and make it a little more comfortable for you. Talos, you are feeling very exhausted as you kind of have a quick look through your stuff. You're pretty sure everything's still there and whatnot. But you're feeling a little too exhausted to have a thorough search. Anything for Milo?
No, I'm good.
Alright. I'll say Dallen will continue to try to do some wood carving. Ooh, the 19. As he starts to carve what appears to be an elvish humanoid shape. And he does a pretty decent job of getting a good base going, but he's not quite there yet. Alright. And so, as the night gets long, and the rest of you finish off your rations for the day, the treasurer bids you all a good evening as he goes to sleep. And were you all wanting to have a night watch?
Probably for the best.
Very good. Alright, so what order are we doing?
I can do the first one since both of you guys are exhausted.
Alright, so Milo's got first watch. Who's got second?
I'll take second.
Second for Dain. And then Talos, you want third shift or you want fourth shift?
I'll take third shift.
Alright. And then Dallen will carry up from the back. So, as everyone else goes to bed, Milo, you stay up to do your watch. Do you want to go ahead and roll me a perception check?
Yikes. Oh wait, halfling thing, so I can reroll ones.
Yes, that was very good. I was about to roll for severity on that one. Wow, that's a duality. You have a nat 1 and a nat 20 on the same roll
Yep.
there.
I don't appreciate that, but yeah.
Alright, so as you stay up and just kind of are idly watching the area around you, it is the moon is starting to wane a bit as it's no longer to its fullest, as you kind of watch over the land, keeping an eye out to make sure that nothing happens. Let me see. Check my notes real quick, make sure. Yeah, I don't need that for here. Nope. Okay. Yeah, so as you just kind of idly take a look around, you don't really see anything of much note. Okay. And your shift seems to pass by uneventfully.
Thank God.
And so, as you finish up your shift, I assume you head over to Dain to wake him up for his?
Yep.
Alright. And so, Dain, you get stirred by Milo.
Ooh. My time already?
Tag, you're it.
Anything out there?
Oh, just some scorpions here and there.
I think if there was, we would have heard it long before you woke me up.
They're quite a ways out, so it's fine.
Alright, go get some sleep.
Try to.
Time for the scorpion's bite.
I fucking hate you, Dane.
As you get up, Dain, and you take a position to kind of keep an eye out, you bring the cloak a little closer as a bit of the chilly air of the desert envelops you, and you're like, ooh. And you kind of huddle up a little bit as you have a look around the area. Roll me a perception check. Alrighty. As you have a look around, you notice as the moon is continuing to travel across the sky, and the wind blows through the land as you see a couple small, like, dust devil twisters rise up into the air before dissipating, and the sand just scattering out across the ground. It seems to be eerily still in the air, in the area around you. As you take a look around, and you're not really seeing any sort of creatures or wildlife. It seems to be quite calm and not really eventful. Until you get to the end of your watch.
I'm gonna go nudge Talos awake.
Now, as you get awakened by Dain.
Under attack.
No. Time for your watch.
Alright. Hope I get.
Right. And so, as Dain, you settle back down, and Talos, you have a stretch up. You feel that chill wind into your scales a bit as you're like, ooh.
I'll wrap my cloak around me.
As you ponder the duality of how the desert can be so hot during the day but so cold at night, you take your position and begin to your watch for the evening. You roll me perception. 11. Man, you all are getting just about the same rolls here. 11, 12, 11. Man. And tell us, as you are watching the area around you, you kind of idly gaze at the moon as it drifts closer and closer towards the horizon. And as you do, you hear a small skittering next to you. And as you look
over,
you see a lizard currently skittering across the sand, and it stops for a second and then skitters really quick and jumps on what appears to be a bug and proceeds to eat it. Before it then once again skitters across the dunes. And as you take note of that, you're like, lizard. The night, the rest of your watch goes by uneventfully. As you then go into wake up Dallen, I presume?
Yep.
Okay. As you kind of start down, he goes, my turn already?
As it is.
Aye,
Keep your eyes open and your ears as well.
I shall. And he kind of gets up and stretches a little bit as he also takes his position. And with a 22, he keeps a very sharp eye out on the surrounding areas. You all are awoken in the morning by Dallen as he kind of stirs you all up. Time to get up, guys. I didn't see anything last night. Except for some creatures that were just kind of roaming about.
What kind of creatures?
Oh, some small ones. There was like this lizard thing, and I think I saw some, I don't know, there were some smaller creatures that kind of popped out of the sand and what's going about. I think I saw one head over to a cactus.
To a cactus?
But yeah, nothing else really of note. As you all are having benefited from a long rest.
Very nice.
Let me double check my notes here. This would put us on the 6th of Kythorn? Yes, day 6 of Kythorn. Alrighty. So, as the morning sun begins to, like, he got you all up just before the sun rose, so it's light enough out, but the sun is not quite over the horizon just yet. As you all, anything you want to do for the morning?
I'm gonna grab a quick bite and start heading out.
Okay.
Just get ready for the day, mostly.
As I'm eating, can I pull out like a piece of parchment and something to write with?
Certainly. Do you have one already, or are you looking for one within the camp?
Take a look. No, I got a piece of parchment on me.
So you do?
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah. It's easy enough. So, while you're eating, are you writing something, or?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and write something.
Very good.
However, I will whisper to you when I'm writing.
Yep, go for it. Anything that Dain or Talos you're doing?
I think I'm gonna be just like prepping some my some rations and try to just eat that. Make sure I got everything together.
Sounds good. Of course, everyone will need to write off one thing of rations.
Very good.
I'll leave a note for Dallen, so that way he can mark that off later.
I'm gonna go fancy. I'm gonna have one of my rock cake rations. Because why not?
Okay. And so after you all eat your rations and Milo finishes writing up a note, the rest of you watch as the other guards are getting the tents packed up onto the wagons, as well as a few other supplies, and getting ready to go. And unless anyone else wants to do something, continue on for the day.
We shall continue.
Alrighty. So, as you all continue throughout the day, I would need someone else differently this time to roll me another D100.
Sure.
For thousands of years we lay dormant. Who has disturbed our Oh, hey, Dallen.
Hello!
Welcome back. 45. Wow, just two past what we just rolled.
Hey, look at that. Well, it's a good thing or a bad thing, but look at that.
Alrighty. And what is our marching order?
I'll still be in front because I've got the compass.
Sounds good. Talos, are you still up there with him? Milo in the back and Dallen in the middle?
Are you okay with that, Milo?
Yeah, first with me.
Okay.
Alrighty. As you all make sure everything's all together, you crack a whip and begin to travel back across the desert. Quick recap, so Dallen's not completely confused. So Dallen, basically, the company made it to the base of the Circle of the Sands, and after some discussion, they, with you inputting that Dallen wanted to help free the slaves, and so no matter what the party chose, he was going to come back and help them later. Which I believe you said you were clear last time that was what your intentions were.
Yeah, Dallen would not say no to doing something like that.
The party decided that they were going to stay in the middle for the right now, so they would not accept any more of the Circle's help as they finished their job to get to Lancaster. But as the party would return, they would try to go to Anar Dracul and uncover some more information before making their decision whether or not they wanted to side with Thanatos or with the leader of the Circle of Sands, which I guess I could give you a quick description. There was a tall elf with a... Basically, every movement that he made seemed to be deliberate and purposeful. Every step that he took barely left a trace in the sand. He seems to carry himself with a strong sense of authority and a deep connection to the land, as if he has walked its shifting dunes since time immemorial. He had amber-like eyes, as well as... Let's see, what was his hair? There it is. He had long silver white hair that cascaded from his head down to his waist, and he had deep lines and wrinkles etched into his face, showing that he has quite a bit of wisdom and age to himself. He's got lightweight desert fabric robes adorned with symbols of sunburst, wind patterns, oasis springs. He has fine jewelry crafted from precious stones. And around his neck he wore a pendant shaped like a golden sun. And his name was Ranos.
Ramnos?
Ranos.
Ranos.
Yeah, like Rahnos.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ramnos is a pretty weird name.
I heard
Yeah,
Domino's up first.
This is how Justin told me to pronounce it. Was Ranos.
Ranos. Okay, gotcha.
Give me just a sec, guys. Someone's at the door.
All right. And so after deciding that they would remain neutral, the rest of the party, Milo proceeded to go investigate and learn more about some of the desert scorpions that some of the Circle had as pets to help guard the place. Talos and Dain went and they bought some anti-toxin from the Circle there to prepare themselves in case they had to deal with some of the scorpions as well as other poisonous or venomous creatures within the sands. The shaman then led the party out into the desert, and you all have been since traveling southwest as Ranos suggested that instead of trying to head directly to Lancaster from where you were, which would be incredibly difficult due to both the combination of the deadliness of the sands, but also the patrols of the Anarian Guard would no doubt be looking for you all. He suggested you head southwest from where you were and find a mountain pass that supposedly there's some sort of ally residing within the mountains that would seek you out, no doubt, and possibly aid you. unless you proved yourself to be a threat.
Simple enough.
And also, the Moon Elf is also traveling with you, though they've been rather shy, and aside from informing the party that his caravan was originally heading to the desert to try and help people from the bad conditions that occurred over here. At this point, he was the only survivor after their caravan was attacked, and he's now kind of lost and without supplies, so he's basically hanging out with the treasure and your caravan as you all head to Lancaster so he can maybe resupply and get himself sorted out again.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Alrighty.
you have used up 2 rations and a half a dose of your medicine.
Well, shit. Getting rid of my good shit. Alrighty. Alright,
Talos
and
back?
that's all?
Don't think so.
Not quite yet. Oh, and I did 2 wood carving checks for you as well, Dallen.
Oh, cool. What did you have me make?
Well, first I had you kind of do like a sculpture, like you were essentially kind of carving a humanoid shape, and then that was a mild success, so you got a base shape going. But then after seeing Ranos, I did a 19 check for you, and so you've essentially started to carve a statuette of Ranos.
Alright, cool. Gotcha.
And so you're about 2 out of 4 away from completing that statue.
Well, that was fun.
Oh.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I just had someone try serving papers to someone that doesn't live here and has never lived here, but was very insistent.
I mean, if they're trying to serve papers, and it's obviously someone would be like they're trying to serve to might be deceptive about it. So,
Well, the thing is, from what I was looking at, I looked at the papers that they had. Like what they had, it wasn't in an envelope. It was just plain papers that were stapled together with big font letters on the front, which I'm like, yeah, that's definitely a scam, because even when people serve papers, it's in an envelope.
That as well, it's like, if it was papers, once you've looked at them...
Yeah, especially when the person tried saying that it's against the law to interfere in someone serving papers, which I'm like, no, it's not. Besides, I pointed to the sign on my door, on my front door. It says, I have a sign near my door that says "No solicitors." It's kind of like both a warning and a joke, because it says on the trespassers will be sacrificed to the old gods.
very nice.
Yeah, but
Well,
but he's gone, so don't have to deal with that.
yay. Dain and Talos, roll me a perception check.
10-4.
11.
Talos, you get some sand in your eyes.
Ah, damn it!
As you're traveling, Dain, you notice that Talos kind of just as a gust of wind blows up and sand just gets into his eyes as he's slightly blinded for a few seconds. But Dain, as you all are traveling ahead on the desert, and it's a hot, sunny day once again. Some gusty winds blowing here and there. You all see some silhouettes of birds up in the sky flying above you. As for miles around, there's nothing but desert, except for that boulder in front of you.
There's a boulder?
Yeah, as you are trusting over a dune, you see what appears to be a strangely round boulder, just kind of sticking in the sand.
That's not a boulder. It's a rock.
Hurrah.
What do you do?
We're like, I kind of want to have a look at the rock, to be honest.
All right. As
So,
you see
is
this strangely round boulder, you approach it, and as you take a look at it, like it appears to be a nice solid rock. It's very like it's rather smooth for what it is. It looks a little bit unnatural in a way.
Well, this is a bit trippy. Is there any other indication of what the rock?
Are you going to investigate it?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right.
Apparently, I'm not going to investigate it.
Well, no, because as you as soon as you reach down and you touch it to investigate it, you start to feel some of the earth, and as you touch it, it begins to rumble a bit. And you take a step back, you're like, whoa, 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 as it suddenly starts, like, unfurls and stands up.
Dane, what the hell?
I don't think that's a rock.
What's going on up there, guys?
Big rock is angry.
In front of you, as you
What?
take a look, you see what appears to be some sort of creature, as it stands up on 2 feet and it has 2 hulking arms, and its face appears to almost be a boulder with some eyes and a mouth carved into it. It's about roughly 5'4" in size, but it's very beefy looking, as it just kind of looks at you, Dane, and goes, as it almost sounds like stones grinding.
Hello. Just like kind of wave.
It looks up at you, Talos.
What the hell are
I'm
that noises?
sorry.
Can you guys stop that?
I'm sorry, I don't think we understand what you're saying. Can you draw something in the sand for us that we can understand you?
He cocks his head at you.
When you come from the back, you just move forward to see what the hell's going on.
Yeah, as the caravan has kind of stopped, you kind of right up forward, and you see what appears to be like a medium humanoid, like rock thing. Let me see if I can. Here, give me a sec.
Rock.
I don't think the rock's that angry yet.
Bloop.
I think we're trying to communicate.
Looks like you guys need to do a better job of communicating then.
So you see this thing in front of you. If you all can see that.
That's
Oh.
As a big boy.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
He's thick.
As it just kind of stares at you all, looking incredibly confused as it just.
Maybe. I'm trying to think of if I know. I'm gonna try to roll a history check, see if I might
History.
have heard of anything from maybe of this creature from my dad's stories.
Ooh, natural 20. As you take a look at this strange thing, you think hard and you're like, what is this? What is this? And you think and you're like, wait, that language. And you realize you like what it is, that rock grinding and everything else. While you don't understand it, you immediately you start to recognize that it's actually something that you've come to be known as Terran. Which Terran, you know, is one of the 4 elemental languages that certain elemental creatures seem to be able to communicate in certain ways. And this one seems to be like an earth elemental, in which way it communicates in this Terran. And
Like I said,
with that key, you realize that as you take a look at it, you're like, okay, this is a bipedal stone figure. This seems to talk in Terran. This has got to be a Galabdur.
Yes, I remember my father spoke about these running into these enormous troubles. Galabdur. Anyone speak? I kind of turn to the rest of the group. To Milo. Milo, do you see if anyone in the caravan speaks Terran?
Anyone speak that weird language Tal just mentioned?
Everyone kind of
Terran.
everyone looks at each other and they go,
Yeah, this would be a no from here, Chief.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have, was it the compound languages or whatever it is, or is that only for books?
As it continues to look
What about-
confusingly amongst you all.
What about that elven friend?
As the Moon Elf kind of looks at you and goes, sorry, I know a few languages, but unfortunately, Terran is not one of them.
Unfortunately,
familiar
the only
with,
thing
like,
I know is
Orc and... let me double check.
I know Common, Draconic, and funnily enough, I was taught how to the language of the Celestial.
Yeah, I've got
To study, of
Draconic
course.
and Elvish and Orc, I know, but unfortunately this Terran, that's nothing I've ever heard.
They're definitely an Earth Elemental race. If I remember correctly, they generally were pretty passive unless it angered.
Yeah, you know that they generally are, like that natural 20, from what you've heard, they're usually pretty slow to think and slow to act, but despite that fact, they are not, like, unintelligent creatures. From what stories you've heard, they seem to be very intelligent. They could tend to be fairly territorial if, like, provoked, but essentially, so long as you don't, if you speak their language, if you were able to communicate with them, basically the only thing that would really irritate them is if you were to question them about their homes or some of the things that they aren't comfortable sharing. They might get irritated about.
I'm gonna try to mime with like me, the caravan, like come forward with my hands, like go pass. Like I kind of point like away from around him, like.
It looks at you very confused, and once again just. And then after a second of everyone just having a blank face, it has, like, staring at you all. You watch as his hand slowly goes up, and then waves down. And then it curls back up and rolls down the dune. Like a Goron.
I'm gonna yell down to it. Great talk. Nice. Yeah.
That was interesting, but I guess we can continue on our way. Keep a lookout for a river.
Dain, you are incredibly confused.
The rock moved and the rock spoke. Rocks aren't supposed to do that.
Exactly.
It's earth elemental. Then they are intelligent, but a little slow. But without someone that can speak their language, it kind of makes things a bit more difficult.
The rock moved and the rock spoke.
It's an elemental.
It's a rock.
Yes, a sentient rock, just like there's sentient fire and sentient water. Even the wind spirits. Hell, even Jinn are part elemental.
Dain
Are
is
we
just
done
having
here, or can we continue traveling? It is incredibly hot.
Yes, we shall be going. Let's go, Dain. What's the compass say?
Find where southwest is again. That way.
Excellent. Let's keep a lookout for that river.
Dain is also just gonna have like a slight crisis, just imagining like back in the hold, like the statue.
Realizing how
Like-
many of the rocks that your people have mined that could have actually been living.
Yeah,
It's like,
or just like one of the like hundreds, however tall statues, just suddenly like jumping off its pedestal and walking down the valley. It's like, oh no.
ugh.
It's like, well, think if they're on your side, that would be a great defense against your enemies. So if someone tried to attack the hold, those giant statues jumping down to do battle.
Once again, that's a pretty big if.
Sounds like wizardry to me.
And so, as you all continue to travel, as the sands begin to continue to blow and the sun continues to beat down upon you, you all continue to partake of the water, I assume, from Dain.
Yeah.
As over the course of the day, you all make some stops to pour out some water from the jug into everyone's water canteens and take some drinks, as the barrels are starting to get low as the horses are getting fed and watered.
Hopefully we'll be able to use that to refill once we get to the river.
Yeah, hope it's not too far, much more away. Another day or two,
Agreed.
and we're gonna start running out of water here. Unfortunately,
Agreed.
that magic jar that Dane's got there doesn't seem to be making enough.
I understand. We may have to start rationing it for ourselves. Just
And-
for, at least for now. But hopefully we get to that river soon.
And so as you continue traveling, once again the sun begins to set in the sky as you start to feel the chillier, cool air of the sands begin to blow across again, as you realize it is once again time to make camp.
Alright.
I don't really have much idea tonight. I'm still confused about the rocks.
Your
13.
mind's just still set on that boulder that just up and rolled away. You're like, but it's a
The
rock.
rock
But it has
moved.
moved. But it's a rock. But it moved. Dallen, you gonna roll? Dallen?
Sorry, I spaced out.
All good. Either perception or
Perception
survival, your
check.
choice.
Gotcha.
Dallen.exe has stopped responding.
Basically.
Starts slipping through the sand.
Long day at work. Come on. This thing's taking a long ass time. Perception. Whatcha?
24.
God
Very
damn.
nice.
Let's go.
So, as you all are kind of looking around as you continue to travel, everyone's starting to get exhausted. Dallen, you quickly spot a location you think is ideal, and then Talos rides over quickly and examines it and deems that it is a suitable location to set up camp for the evening. As, with that 24 perception, you have found an oasis.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
As you
Sure.
approach the oasis and you take a look, in the dark light, you notice that the water of the oasis seems to be darker than what you normally expect from water, but there are lots of plants around it, as you see a couple palm trees and some other plants nearby that indicate that they seem to be surviving with this liquid nearby.
I'm gonna take out my orb of light thing I have. Oh gosh, what's the name of it? What is it actually called? Let me look at my inventory.
What was that, drift globe or something?
Yeah, the drift globe to see if I can get some more light on the area, especially on the water.
Sounds good. As you activate it using your word, because I believe that's how it's activated.
Just light.
Yeah, the drift globe You can speak another command word as an action to make the illuminated globe rise into the air and float no more than 5 feet off the ground. The globe hovers in this way until you or another creature grasp it. If you move more than 60 feet away from it, it follows you until it's within 60 feet of you. It takes the shortest route to do so. And yeah, it eliminates an area of 60 feet around you, I think. Let me see. 1 pound. If you're within
60 feet. At least that's what my note says.
You can use it to either you do the light spell or daylight spell. They're using just light or daylight.
Just light. I don't want to turn night to day yet.
Yeah. You illuminate the area and you take a look, and the water is a dark red color.
This is interesting.
Does that kind of look like blood?
As one of the guards kind of dips, kind of kneels down next to it. He then takes his hand and hands cup it into the oasis and brings it out.
Well, I mean, it kind of feels like water, but
as he takes a sip from his hand.
As I was, I'll be like, wait, what?
oh, well, that's
He kind of looks at you.
well, it's a very irony water. Let's just say it's drinkable, but it just has a weird taste to it.
I'm trying to check and see if I have something that might be able to.
Like a specific spell?
Yeah, that's what I'm double checking. I'm pretty sure I do.
I know I put most of your spells on the spell list here in your Roll 21. But
Yeah,
I think
that's what I'm looking.
there might have been some that I missed.
Yeah, I'm checking on Roll 20. I mean, on D&D Beyond 2, just in case.
I think I might have the one that you're looking after.
Purify food and water.
Yeah,
I'm looking at why is it not showing up?
it's a first level spell.
Spells.
Yeah, it shows you have it, but I don't know if you have it prepared. That's the thing.
First level spells.
Yeah, it's in your list, Talos, but it's like you don't have a. I guess you haven't highlighted the specific spells that you have prepared.
Oh, okay. Yeah, certain ones I haven't. Certain ones I haven't highlighted. That's why.
So I guess it kind of depends if you've prepared it for today or not.
Lesser Restoration, Zone of Truth, the spell.
Because as a paladin, let me see here.
Yeah, there's a couple stuff on here that I'm surprised that I haven't prepared. I'm like, why is it not prepared?
You can prepare a list equal to your charisma modifier plus half your paladin level, rounded down. So you have 5 spells plus your charisma, which is a +2. Is that right? +2 for your charisma?
Yeah, I can prepare.
So 7. You have 7 spells that you can have prepared in total a day.
All right.
You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest, etc. You also have Create Food and Water as also another spell, a 3rd level spell slot that you've also could prepare as well, looks like. And the same goes for you, Dain. I'm sure that there's other spells that you could have prepared and whatnot.
Like I've got... What's that? I've got my spells all prepared right now.
And what about our elven friend here? Let's see what he has. Let me see if he actually prepared his list, because I think he was still struggling on that part. So, Dane, you don't have it prepared though?
Oh, no, I have purified food and drink prepared.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
And
P. There we go. Purify. Protection, purify food and drink. So, as a ritual, if you don't want to use a spell casting, you can take 10 minutes to cast it as a ritual. And all non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere, centered on a point of your choice within range, is purified and rendered free of poison and disease.
Alright.
And I will let you know that it probably would not be very effective to just cast it willy-nilly on the pond itself, because the oasis is roughly like 30 plus feet radius, so it's semi-large, and it would probably not. It's well past the spell's ability to purify the entire thing.
Probably get some, maybe a bucket or something like that.
yeah, if we take the barrels out, fill the barrels
You-
up, purify the
Yeah,
barrels.
let's try it. Let's try it.
All right, now come on, and you watch as a couple of the guards, they consolidate the rest of their water that they have left into one barrel. How many barrels did you all order? I forget.
Let me pull up my notes real quick.
Tell us the notes on that.
Yeah, so give me a second pulling those up.
I feel like it might have been like 3 or something.
Yeah, it was 3 barrels of water.
Cool. So there's 2 empty barrels at this point. That one is now completely full of the consolidated water, and so they take the other 2 barrels and they dunk it in and proceed to heave it out as it's completely full of this blood water. All right, here we are.
Alrighty, let's give this a shot. And I'm going to cast Purify Food and Drink on the barrel.
All right, they're both well within 5-foot radius sphere of each other. So, as you kind of hold your hand up and you ask for the ancestors to bless and purify this drinking water, you watch as a bit of sparkles seem to come down from your hand, and the barrel seem to slightly glow with an almost divine light. As you watch as the liquid in it seems to become lighter. One of the guards then takes a cup and scoops it up and holds it up and pours it out. And with your griff lobe, you're able to tell that it is clear. Still has a slightly red tint to it, but it is a lot more. It looks a lot more like drinking water than it did before.
Okay.
You then take a sip. Still got a little bit of that iron taste in it, but that is definitely a lot more palatable.
That's good.
And now you have once more 3 full barrels of water to help you travel across the rest of the desert. And so, as the treasure kind of sets up a tent and enjoys basking in the with the slightly splashing water of the oasis, as it kind of like waves are a little bit going on it with the wind, and it's kind of relaxing sounding. A few fires are created. What is everyone doing for the evening?
First, I'm gonna put away my little glowing orb, but turn it off and put it away. And I realize it's following me. I'm like, oh, off.
And it kind of lands in the sand.
I pick it up and put it back in my side satellite. It's like, no. Let's actually take a moment. I sit down near the fire and pull out that piece of paper. Let's read this before we lose too much light. Let's see.
Alright, roll for it.
What do you want me to roll?
What are you doing exactly?
I'm reading the paper that Dain gave me that he found on the guard.
that right. Sorry. It's written in Draconic. You were able to kind of read it, and to kind of just paraphrase, it basically like details the patrol's activities as you see a few locations kind of written here and there, like sector 5164 clear, sector 3176 oasis discovered, stuff like that. And then at the end, sector 3257, a caravan found, possible circle member captured. And then it just kind of stopped there.
Looks like more of a report on the activities of the guards in the sectors.
What'd you find out there, Talos?
It looks like it's a report on the guards that they've been doing their sectors and the patrols and.
Okay. Did they find anything useful
Possible.
or incriminating out there?
From what I could see, it looks like they might have had reports of the activity of the circle, and most like probably this part right here is probably about our elven friend. Nod over to him.
Well, it's interesting. I should probably figure out what to do with this info later.
So you hold on to the note and
Yeah.
have a good understanding that they seem to be keeping some notes of some physical notes of their patrols on hand. All right. So, Milo, what are you doing for this evening?
Can I pull out another parchment and start drawing plans for something?
Certainly. Roll me a.
Sorry, let me be more precise on the plans. Building plans.
You're writing up some blueprints.
Yeah.
You're already designing a tavern.
On your own damn business there, Dain.
Roll me sleight of hand. Alrighty, now roll me an. Let's do history check to see exactly how clear you're able to make this. All right. I'd say with that, as you kind of take down a parchment, using some knowledge that you had previously, as well as what you remember from redesigning and refurbishing the Comet's Landing, you start to write up some blueprints for a building. And with 13, I'd say that's about 1 out of 3 successes to successfully have some reasonable designs going.
Okay.
with the 15 making it quite legible so far.
That's good.
Alrighty, so as you're working on that, Dain, anything you're working on this evening?
Just my usual checking over stuff.
Alright, investigation. Natural 20.
Everything they
Oh,
get.
dang.
You know exactly what is in your bag all the time.
It's only when I'm checking out my own stuff.
Oh, man. Give me a sec. I need to check something. So as you take a look through your bag and your stuff, everything seems to be about as its place. You notice that your armor is clean. You check out a little bit of the sand that has accumulated over the course of the day. But you do notice that one of your rations seems to have been touched. And as you kind of take a closer look, you notice that it seems to be slightly nibbled upon. Let me double check something else real quick, make sure I got this right. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Let me see. I'll roll for that. Yeah, okay. So, as you kind of take a look inside your bag and you notice that some of the rations have been fed upon, you're like, what? And as you kind of dig through your bag a little more, you move a few things around and you're very surprised to see an undulating small body of some kind at the bottom.
What is this? I'm gonna carefully, take it out.
It kind of squeaks a little bit as it reacts to you picking it up. It appears to be like a small, phallic-looking, creature just kind of wriggling in your hands a little bit. Let me see if I can get a better description on this. Yeah, it almost looks like a slimy snake in a way, which it has some teeth in the front of it, as well as some what appears to have maybe some spiky ribs. You're thinking? It looks like the weirdest worm that you've ever seen.
Guys, does anyone know what the hell this is? Found a weird, creepy worm thing in my bag.
Sure, you're fine.
It's
Just
eating
gonna
my
keep-
rock cakes.
I'm gonna roll a nature check, see if I might know what this,
Go for it.
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
Medicine. You don't know what it looks like, what it is. Nature. Oof. Yeah, as you take a look at it, like that. Yeah, it's small snake? Question mark. Like it's rather small. It's only about a 1.5 feet long. and it only reaches about a circumference of maybe 2 inches.
Does it have any eyes? Or maybe a type of snake?
As it kind of wriggles around, it moves about. Like, you don't really see any snakes or any eyes.
It looks like a worm.
It's not like any worm I've encountered before. Dallen, Milo, you guys have any idea what this thing is?
What do you want me to take a look at? I'm busy making plans. What the fuck is that?
It was at the bottom of my bag eating my rock cakes.
Talos is actually going to come over and look in and do an investigation on his bag to make sure, too.
Go ahead and roll for investigation.
What am I rolling for, nature?
7?
Yeah. 7. As you take a look at your stuff, you're panically like throwing things about in your bag, but you're like, I don't know what the. I don't know. It's you don't see anything. You don't see any signs of this worm thing.
Do I know anything about this for the 12?
With a 12, I'll say with that, you don't know exactly what this is, but in your past, you have like heard tales of larger than your average worm that usually sometimes they are alone, sometimes they're in packs, but there are some more carnivorous worms that will feast upon people, sometimes animals, creatures. Like, they're essentially kind of like bottom feeders in a way. They're opportunists. They tend to tend to eat what is already available if they can. But you know that it is a worm of some kind.
Oh, it's a worm of some kind, Dain. Just throw it on the ground.
Yeah, that probably is going to be for the best. I just hope that there's no more in my bag. Or anyone else's bags, to be honest.
Just checking the food bags. Make sure there's none of these little critters.
And with the side of this, I'm also gonna check all my bags too.
Same here.
Actually, I don't need to. I'm just gonna look at Morris. Be like, Morris, is there anything in there that I need to know about?
Burp.
Oh, you taking
Do
care
I
of
need to
it.
make a perception check or investigation check? Which one?
Either or, perception or investigation.
Got better perception.
8. As you take a look at your bag, you're like, there's this wood here. The wood seems fine. Wait, is this touch? And then you're like, oh wait, no, I was just carving that. Never mind. As far as you can tell about things, you don't see
Dallen just
any sign
opens
of
up his
intrusion.
bag to go carve, and he pulls out a worm and starts carving it.
I'm gonna let the guards know and to inspect the luggage, and particularly the food bags.
All right, we'll keep a look around. And meanwhile, Dain, the thing tries to swing itself up and snap at your hand, but it just, and then just limply just falls down again, as it seems to have little energy.
Let's put it back out in the desert. Just chuck it out into the sands.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk away from the camp for a bit, like 20-25 feet away, and then just like pop the worm down in the sand and walk back to the camp.
As you do, you hear a shh behind you.
Oh no. What's behind me?
You take a look down at your foot, and you see that it has latched itself to your boot. And it's wiggling as if it's trying to feast upon you, but it cannot get through your boot.
You know what? I was trying to be nice.
And it just
I'm gonna
plops
feed it
onto
to
the
Worm.
ground.
Oh, I'm gonna pick it back up by the tail, go over to Worth's and offer it to him.
Murph seems to kind of look at it for a second, quizzically, and then opens up his mouth.
It's gonna give it to us.
And then he chomps down and sucks it up like a noodle.
I was trying to be nice to it and give it an opportunity at life.
I mean, it's not the first one you've eaten, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Also, we're in the fucking desert. Like, it's slim pickings out here, my guy.
He looks not so satisfied, but
Food is food.
you have defeated the hunter worm. Alright. And so, we have some of you investigated your stuff. Dain finished investigating. Talos, you investigated. Dallen, was there anything you were doing for the evening? Dallen.
I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and finish up carving.
Alright, go ahead and roll for it. You should be, if you open up your thing, you should be able to find your tools on the left side and just kind of click it.
Ah. Okay. Wood carving. Let's go.
I know. It's kind of nifty that way. 19. Very nice. That's another success. Is there a particular carving you're working on?
The one that you told me that I had started. Fuck. I remember. I forgot the guy's
Yeah, give me a
name.
sec.
Runos.
Ranos. Yes.
1 sec, guys. Cat needs something.
I guess.
One sec.
So, as you you take out the carving and you continue to etch into it, and at this point you get the final shape going, and so you're quite happy with how it looks, but then you're like, but I need to carve the little symbols that was on his robes and and his necklace and everything else. So you're not quite done yet, but you got a lot of the base work done. You just got to work on details and then coloring it later if you so wish. So you're 3 out of 4
After
done.
that, I'm gonna examine my pistols, the wood frame of it, see like how it's doing.
Sounds good. Go
Do I
ahead
need to
and
make a check for that?
investigation.
Yes, gotcha. See if it's banged up or not.
The 10. As you take a look, you kind of hold it up a little bit, shake out a little bit of sand from the end of the barrel, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it's changed too much. Looks okay to you.
Gotcha. Alright. Never mind.
There's a gun. With a
Damn,
10.
this gun do be gunning.
Alright. And was there anything else anyone wanted to do for the evening?
Not really.
Alrighty. So, are you going to hold a watch for tonight?
Yeah.
I'll start.
Alrighty, so Dallen's got first watch. Who's got second?
I'll take second again.
Alright, Dane's got second, and then it'd be between Talos and Milo, who's got third and last watch.
Oh, that's persuasion, not perception. That's perception.
I can take third, I guess.
Alrighty, so Milo has third, and that means Talos is stuck with the last. So are you doing perception
Everyone's
for your watch?
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Alright, so as you all go to bed, Dallen gives you all a wave and wishes you all a good rest. And so as you all kind of bundle up, and Dallen, you kind of cuddle close with your robes to keep away the chill. You keep watch by the oasis as the night passes on. With 23, you watch as the night comes in and the chilly air comes out. You start to notice a lot more small creatures coming out of the sand, and some of them go up to the water and drink from it before continuing on their way. As you just kind of you just watch nature seem to progress on its own. And your rest of your watch goes uneventful.
Very nice.
Alright,
Alright.
so you go to wake up the next person for the shift.
Yep. I'm gonna go over to Dain, shake him awake,
No.
and I'm gonna so like, hey, nothing's happened, man. It's all pretty good in the hood, and kind of just flops over and falls asleep.
Alright.
You bund yourself up a bit, Dan. You get up and stretch a little bit and proceed with your watch.
Yep.
Alright.
What position in the watch am I?
You got the last one.
Okay.
So, Dane, go ahead and roll perception. Oof, a 3. Okay, as you are kind of keeping watch, you find that it is incredibly difficult to keep awake as you seem to doze off a few times during your shift. As you're like, you look around, nothing seems to be happening, and then, and you realize, yeah, it should be about time for the end of my watch. I should probably go get Milo.
I go now. I'm gonna go over and kind of nudge Milo awake.
Oh, what do you want?
It's time for your watch. I'm gonna go pass out now. Nothing happened.
5 more minutes? I
That
just want 5 more minutes.
Dane's already like gone.
God damn it.
Like I didn't even make it to the bed. I'm just like face planted down somewhere in the tent.
So he did the same thing Dallen did. Dallen just fell asleep where he waked up Dain.
Alrighty. Very nice. With a 23, Milo, you proceed to kind of have a watch on the area, and as you do, you notice that there's a bit of a light off in the distance. As you kind of take a look and you squint your eyes a little bit, you see that it seems to be moving southeast, and it's just north of you. Not heading in your direction, but heading alongside your oasis.
I'm gonna keep watching it and not tell anyone about it just yet. And then kind of try to snuff out the campfire if that's still going, and then also hide.
Alright, roll me a stealth check. 16. Okay. So you quickly get your get the fire kind of snuffed down a little bit. You throw a little sand on it, let it die down a little. It gets real dark in the area, and you proceed to kind of hide over like by one of the dunes as you keep an eye on the individual or whatever light is moving. And you watch as it continues to steadily travel at a constant pace until eventually you see it pass by probably half a mile away from the oasis as it continues to head southeast. It does not seem to have noticed you.
Okay.
And so the rest of your watch goes by uneventful.
Oh, go wake up Talos then.
Alright.
Wake up.
I'm awake.
Your turn.
Alright.
What's your legend of Southeast? Good night.
Wait,
Now I'm gonna go back to bed.
Okay. I get up and kind of look over in the southeast direction.
see if I can see anything.
Roll me a perception check for your watch. Oof,
9.
Yeah, you kind of rub your eyes a little bit, and you take a look off at the distance, and you're like, I see some stars in the sky, but I don't see any lights.
I gotta wake myself up a bit more. I start doing a circular patrol around the encampment.
Right. And so as you patrol the rest of the camp, check something. As you continue to patrol around, as the sun begins to rise, you all are woken up by one of the horses just.
Oh. I head toward the horses.
As you kind of go over towards it, it seems to be hoofing the ground a little bit, as it's struggling against its ropes, is wanting to go towards the pond.
All right. I'm gonna kind of take its lead and kind of walk with it toward the water.
It gratefully
I'm with him.
kneels down by the water and starts to drink. As the rest of you are just kind of like, ugh. The sound of the horse kind of freaking out a little bit woke you up.
Let's see if any of your fellows need some water.
As the rest of the camp begins to stir, the guards proceed to start packing up the stuff as rations are eaten, and as preparations for continuing their journey continue.
Yep. All right. Oh, we got these barrels filled. That should hold us up for a little bit longer. Hopefully we find that since we found this oasis here, it means the river shouldn't be too far. It has to be under one aqueduct or something like that.
Here's hoping. That should be quite fine. The difficult part will be trying to traverse that river once we get to it.
Agreed.
I'm not sure how big it is or how fast that water's going to be flowing.
If the river isn't too deep, we might be able to ford it. If not, well, we may have to just find we might have to follow it until we get closer to the mountains. Normally, there should be at least perhaps a path or some type of crossing there.
The guards kind of give you a nod as they finish packing up, and make sure you all write off another ration.
Yep.
And then you don't have to worry about water, as Dain will, assuming you're going to use the alchemy jug to continue to provide water.
Yeah.
And so only about a third of the rest of the water in a barrel gets used up for the horses and everyone else. Excellent. As you all, if there's nothing else, you all will continue on for another day of travel.
Huzzah.
Alright. Give me a D100 roll, someone.
I'll do it this time. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead. All right.
Ooh,
94.
94. Alrighty.
What did I get us into?
Okay. Alright, so as you all continue to travel along the desert, the dunes continue to rise and fall. The sun continues to be cloudless as the sun beats down upon you, as you all continue to drink from your water skins as the heat from the day catches up with you. as the horses continue to travel rather difficultly along the sands. As the wheels, sometimes you have to stop to pull and push a little bit to get the wheels unstuck from the sandy dunes. You're able to continue traveling southeast or southwest, thankfully due to Dane's compass helping keep direction properly. Otherwise, you would have to make some survival checks in order to travel properly.
I am useful.
And as you're traveling, how is our marching order?
I shall still be in the front.
I don't care where I am.
I'll go in the middle this time.
And Milo?
Those will be in the front then.
Okay. So Dallen will take the rear, Talos in the middle, and we have Milo and Dain in the front. As you all are traveling along, I'll have all of you give me a perception check.
All right. Oh, sorry. I hit it twice, so it's the first one. 4.
Ah, damn.
Alrighty, Dallen with a 21, Milo with a 10, Talos with a 4, and Dain?
My apologies. Cat was...
A 12. Alright. So Talos, Milo, and Dain, you all don't see anything as you're traveling. You're right along the dunes, carrying on. The hot sun kind of blinding a little bit as you put your robes up a little bit, and you kind of keep your head down as you are focused mostly on the travel. But Dallen, as you are traveling, you're trying to take it up the rear a bit. You're kind of idly looking around a little bit, and just off the direction you're traveling, about a little bit to the north, you see something.
What? Does it? I'm gonna yell. Does anyone have what are those things called?
Like
That, like-
spyglass?
Yeah, I guess they're called spyglasses too. Yeah. Does anyone know the
Binoculars?
spyglass? Binoculars or something? Yeah, like the one. I don't know if they'd have binoculars around this time though.
Probably not. It's mostly just a spyglass or seeing eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell someone. Hey, I'm gonna yell out like, hey, does anyone have a seeing eyeglass or a spyglass?
All the guards kind of like, eh.
A what?
Seeing eyeglass or a spyglass?
Didn't Rail have one at one point?
No, he took it from, at least from what I've been told, he borrowed one from the ship.
Ah.
I don't know Rail personally, though, of course.
Oh no.
Is it really? Is he doing it for himself now?
What are you talking about?
All right.
I don't know who Rail is.
I guess I'll make another perception check to see if I can get a better look at it, or
Alright.
if you want me to do a different check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll another perception. As you rolled high enough to catch sight of it. With a 10, as you continue to take a look at it, the heat waves of the sand seem to kind of wave a little bit and continue to, it makes it a little difficult to see, but from what you can see, it looks like something's sticking out of the sand, something semi-tall off in that direction.
Alright, I'm gonna yell, hey, I see something, as I take out my rifle and say, I don't know, but it seems tall. I don't know if it's a building or not.
something out there?
As he points
Yeah,
it out,
like,
the rest of you can roll perception now as he points it out.
I still see nothing.
As you peer out, you're like, you don't really see anything. Milo, as you're doing your thing, you hear and you kind of look in the direction he's pointing out, and with that 21, you have a bit of a clear look as you're kind of taking a peek in that direction, and you see what appears to be some sort of black spire.
Huh, interesting. Okay. I'm not gonna say anything to the party just yet, though.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm imagining is like the tower from Stephen King. The Dark Tower.
And Talos, were you going to roll anything, or?
1 sec. I had to close that window and like reopen it.
No.
Oh, come on. One sec. Alright. Don't you just love technology? There we are. Perception, right?
Perception, yes.
Or section.
15. With the 15, Talos, as this gets pointed out, you have a look in the direction that everyone else is kind of looking at, and as you look, it's hard to tell, but it looks like some sort of black pillar, maybe, off in the distance? Something black is sticking up out of the ground over there.
Some type of obelisk, maybe?
Yeah. And so you all see and you're all able to kind of determine that there's something over there. You can continue on your journeys, or whatever you guys want to do.
I'm gonna hop out and be like, wait for everyone to kind of start. Words are hard right now. Sorry. Then kind of just keep riding along until someone says something.
Okay, so
Dallen's gonna say, you guys want to check it out?
Check what out?
Yar, he be talking about the Black Spire over that way.
There's another Black Spire? Where?
No, not that kind of Black Spire. It's a black obelisk thing,
Oh.
standing out of the dunes.
I thought you'd found another family member for a second. I was going to get excited. But if there's something out there, might as well check it out.
I'll go. What do you want to do, Talos?
We do need to make. I'm not sure if we have the time to investigate it. We need to find that river. You only have so much water, though, especially for the horses. Dain, what direction is that thing in?
At this point, has someone pointed out where the tower is so I can see
yeah,
it?
they pointed out it's in a northern direction, and with all of you kind of combined effort, you can tell that it's like maybe less than a quarter mile away.
It's in a north direction right now. Roughly say about quarter to half a mile away.
That goes a bit out of our way, don't you think?
Possibly. But it is unusual. It's a shame we don't know exactly where we are on the map. We could mark it down for to have a look later when we're not in dire need to find the water again. I don't know. What are the rest of you think?
How fast do you travel on horseback again? Tim?
Hmm?
How fast do we travel again?
Horses are able to travel fairly quickly. On horseback, to travel less than a quarter mile would only take you a couple minutes.
If you guys want to, we can investigate.
I think that'd be a good idea, since it shouldn't take us that long to get there.
I'd suggest at least two of us should stay with the caravan, and while two go investigate. Any volunteers?
Nay, just bring the entire caravan. It'll be fine.
I don't know. Like, Talos is sitting there, like, a little worried, like, wanting to bring something to an unknown thing in the middle of the desert. Erring on the side of caution.
Well, we've got the sending stones. Send half the party out to the tower to have a look with one sending stone. If the half is like, yeah, it's safe, then bring the caravan over.
That is true.
So, what are we doing?
Yeah. Say we do that. Half of us should go toward the toward it, and the other half should head out. And if we find it safe, we can call back.
Yay. I vote myself to go over there. What do you guys want to do?
I'll head over as well. Why not?
Alright, so
That
Dain
was
and
one of
Dallen are heading over.
Yeah. Darren, if you'd like to give one of your half of your sending stone over to the Talos or Milo.
Milo.
Alright.
Who be but this Milo you speak of? I'm Rail Woodfoot.
What
As you look over at Rail and you see
Yeah, you see the
Where the hell did
halfling
Milo go?
in red outfit, sailor outfit, ready to sail the high seas.
Alright,
I just
insight check.
sigh. I just sigh. I'm like,
Rail, what are you doing in the middle of the desert? But far
If
away
we're
from-
adventure, of course. You be plundering the Black Spire. I thought I'd join in.
You're rolling insight, Dallen,
Yes.
on Rail.
Yes.
Rail, roll deception. Oh lord.
Damn it.
Yeah, you see through his visage. Rail hasn't been on
Yeah.
Rail hasn't been on this trip at all for most of this trip. You know this is Milo. Rail couldn't have just come out of nowhere.
Oh.
There's not even any ships
Dallen-
around.
Dallen just looks at Milo, just with his whole world just shattered, thinking that they were both separate people. He's like, gets on all fours, starts rocking back and forth like, they're the same person. They're the same person. What happened? How? Why?
Betrayal.
Dallen, matey, are you alright?
Shut up, Milo.
Who's this Milo you speak of?
You. That's who I speak of.
No, my name is Rare. Rare
I
Whitfoot.
smack his hat off. I say, "Look, you don't even look different at all."
I kind of grab my hat and put it back on.
Milo, you realize that the jig is up with Dallen.
Aye. The next time you hit a pirate's hat off his head, you better be ready for a fight.
Smack it again.
Oh dear.
No. Before this goes on any further, shall we head off before the knife is brought out again?
I'm gonna pull up the knife before he even finishes his sentence.
Dallen pulls out a grenade. Doesn't know how he has it.
What?
Pulls
Wait,
it.
what?
That is enough.
Where the
All
fuck did you
right.
get a grenade from?
It's like,
No,
what
I
is
don't have a grenade. I don't
It's
have
like,
a
what
grenade.
is a grenade? It's like, what even
Dane
is a
grabs
grenade?
the back of Dallen's collar and drags him along as they both ride off to this pillar.
Dallen just kind of goes limp and just lets Dane drag him off.
As Dallen is getting dragged off, Rail's just gonna wink at him.
Dallen's gonna do the whole like 2 fingers to the eyes and then points at him.
Those two are gonna kill me someday.
Oh lord.
Today be not that day.
Alrighty, so as Dane and Dallen, as you all head that way, and I assume Milo and Talos, are you having the caravan just slowly follow behind them?
A little bit, yeah.
Alright. As you slowly continue to move up, Dane and Dallen, as you get closer to this obelisk, you notice that it seems to be a smooth stone, like Dallen, you could probably give me, or Dane, you could probably give me a quick history with advantage as you're getting closer to this.
Yeah, already.
A nat
Do
20.
I?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I guess I do not
As you
need
get
to.
closer, Dane, you know exactly what this is. This is smooth obsidian, a smooth obsidian obelisk that is standing just upright in the ground with nothing nearby.
Huh. Now this is interesting. Dallen, this is obsidian, and I'm not sure how it's here. I'm kind of just like looking around in all directions. It's like, I don't see any volcanoes anywhere, so where?
Wasn't this place originally a forest though?
Oh yes, like Fey Forest, but for something this large, unless this thing has been launched, which, you know, considering Blackspire has kind of done the same. Yeah, that's a hefty explosion to launch this from a nearby volcano to here, unless it was transported.
Would I be able to give an insight to like try and reason if I should go over and see if there's a door to open?
Insight on like the obelisk, or
See if I should go any further.
like if Dallen feels like he would possibly be in danger, like he's trying to figure like. Sorry,
Yeah, he's trying to like suss it out, essentially.
Yeah, you could roll an insight just to kind of like get a feel for the area. '21. As you kind of take a look at the area and the obelisk, as you hold it back a little bit, you're like, I don't know. You take a look, and the area seems to be quite still. And as you take a look at the obelisk, you don't feel any sort of evil intent coming from it.
I might be able to go one step further.
You can take that as you will. You're getting closer, Dain?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Alrighty. As you cast Detect Magic, you are almost blinded by a divine light that emanates off of this obelisk.
Ow, the light, it burns! What?
Blinded by the light.
As the magic you detect off of it seems to be potently divine.
By the ancestors, why is that so bright? Well, I can tell you one thing, Dallen. It's definitely magic. It hurts. I am slightly blinded for a second. I have literally been blinded by the light.
You also tell him what kind of magic is emanating off of it, because with Detect Magic, you're able to tell what kind of magic it is.
Yeah, you said it was
Divine.
divine magic. Yeah. Dallen, it's also some sort of divine magic. We could probably go up and have a look, but it might take me a minute to see again. Dallen?
Did you mute yourself again? Dallen. Please hold while we figure out what has happened to Dallen. Oh dear.
Ah,
Alright, you guys hear me?
Yay!
Alright, there we go. I was talking to you guys the whole entire time. I wasn't muted. Something must have happened.
Discord said no.
Alright. Would I be able to use Arcana, or would you prefer me to use Religion? To try and, try to put some knowledge onto this.
Probably religion.
Fuck,
I'd have to say.
okay. My weak suit. My weak. Words are difficult.
Also, you all are still a fair distance from this still, right?
Fuck.
Yeah.
That checks out. Dallen's not a religious
You're
sort.
like divine magic. What is? What? And you're just looking at this thing, and you're unfortunately not sure what's going on with it.
Alright, Dallen's gonna walk towards it, and he's gonna be looking for a door.
Okay. As you walk towards it, it's not that big of an obelisk. It's probably about 5 foot on each of its 4 sides. 5 foot wide on each of its 4 sides, and it goes up to be about 30 feet tall. You can either roll investigation or perception, your choice, as you kind of walk around it.
Uh.
25. As you walk around, you get to one of the sides that appears to face east, and you see that there is some sort of script written upon it.
Am I able to read it?
Let's see, common, draconic diet. You are not.
Fuck. Dallen's gonna look at Dain. Like, can you read this? Does this go point at the script?
I'm gonna go over and have a look at it. Do I?
Common, dwarvish, giant. I think you two know the same languages. No, wait, he knows draconic. So, it is not dwarvish either. As you take a look at it,
Fuck.
it is very flowy text, though.
That's probably
Probably Elven.
As soon as you say flowy text, I'm like, yeah, that's Elven.
I'm gonna look at it and just like message to them saying, "Hey, do any of you guys know Elven?" Or just try and yell. I don't know.
Yeah, at this point, like the caravan is probably about like 600 to 700 feet away from the obelisk as it's slowly making its way over.
Yeah, they probably can't hear me then.
But would you have the sanding stone?
We can only use that once a day, though, right?
Yeah, once a day for sending.
Or you can just wait until we're actually there.
True.
So, as you two are just kind of investigating it, Milo and Talos, you see that that your allies are currently just kind of standing right next to the obelisk, and they appear to be looking at something.
With stupid faces like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck?
I'm just gonna kind of yell out, is it okay to go over there yet, or no?
Nothing's happening. We ain't done. At least I think
Okay.
I'm not dead.
The
Dallen
obelisk
just looks
is
at himself.
right.
I pats him down, pats himself down.
I will warn, the obelisk is extremely bright.
Yeah,
Take a
it's
look.
divine magic around it.
I'm gonna take a look at the obelisk. Like, no, that looks fine to me. Not that bright.
And Dallen's gonna emphasize again, it has divine magic around it.
That picks that it seems to catch in your ear, Talos.
Sorry, I was trying to reconnect my headset.
You're good.
I could hear you guys though. Okay, so all right, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Seem very excited about something.
And
Oh,
you approach the obelisk.
yeah, might as well. What's all this about?
As you approach the obelisk, you see that they are standing next to this obelisk, which is 5 foot wide on each of its 4 walls, and then stands about 30 feet tall. And approximately 5 foot up off the ground, in the middle of the eastern side of this obelisk, there appears to be some text.
I'm gonna go inspect the text.
As you take a look at it, you read it as it says, "To those who are champions of the sun, prove thyself worthy, and we shall offer you a magical weapon to increase your might." As you recognize Celestial as the text.
This is
Also, it's not Elven.
this is a challenge, for those that worship the sun.
You gotta stand here and praise the sun or something?
Solaire
I'll
just
just kind
pops-
of raise his hands
pops
up.
I take a quick hold to my own to the sigil of Bahamut and kind of look inward to myself to say would this be something that Bahamut would be all right with me inspecting? How do you think of the gods of the sun? Roll a religion check real quick to see if I know any of the gods that those for the sun.
Alright, go ahead and roll for it.
Damn it, didn't go through. One sec.
You're good.
Open. Religion. Chin.
16. Let me check my notes here. No, not that one. Man, was it that one? Sorry, there's a big pantheon here to look through. Just try and make sure I have the right one. Okay, yeah. So as you are taking a look at the script, and you take some of the written clues on it as you think, and you're like, and you're like, you know, this sounds an awful lot like, and then it hits you. This sounds like something that would come from Helm, the god of protection.
Dain,
Hmm.
what order of paladins were you from again?
Not so much in order. It's more. Well, it's more just Black Spire, to be honest.
Well, this is a challenge for those that worship the gods of the sun, particularly Helm, the god of protection. I wonder. It's a challenge for the defeats the challenge. It will offer a reward to aid them. Seeing as I am already a paladin of Bahamut, I'm not sure if I would qualify to take up this challenge. There's always a way to find out. I go ahead and touch the obelisk just to see what happens.
Alan just screams.
What? I like turn my head around like,
Oh, I thought I was about to die. Alright, we're all fine.
What?
that's why like my head spun around like.
Dylan just preemptively screamed.
I'm just envisioning like that scene from freaking Jurassic Park where he touches the fence and pretends to be shocked and scream.
That's essentially the vibe I wanted to give off.
So funny. I go ahead and put my hand on the obelisk.
As you put your hand on the obelisk, all of you witness as the obelisk shimmers once, all the way from base to the top, and then it seems to start to glow.
I'm not sure if this is really good or really bad.
Bwomp, as three lights seem to jut off from the obelisk around you. As give me just a sec. I didn't have the right token ready. Where was it? Yeah, that ought to do. As these three lights seem to fall to the ground, the air around them seems to whip up a bit. Until three small tornadoes seem to grow from these lights.
That doesn't sound good.
Maybe I shouldn't have just. As I kind of slowly pull my hand away from it, like, Maybe I shouldn't have touched it.
Well, it did say it'd be a challenge, so...
As boop, boop, boop.
Talos, what you be doing? What
Oh,
have you
all I got-
started?
I just touched it. Like,
As you take a look, and these wisps of air and sand begin to billow up as they look at you. As a few of the guards go, we'll just be back here a bit, as they pack the caravan up. As I need you all to roll initiative.
oh, great.
So I guess Dallen's scream was justified.
It's like you had to touch it, Talos.
God damn.
11.
Fucking Talos is that funny.
Damn, Dallas. God damn! Your normal initiative 8 is +8. God, seriously. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
mine is.
Man's fast.
Natural 20s.
Alrighty. Turn order.
What's this 18 on the blue circle?
Oh, natural
You don't
20
mind
from
me asking?
Talos. Wow. So, since you got a natural 20, get rid of you. This is old initiative. Why are you still here? There we go. So, Talos, I will give you the option of deciding what initiative order you wish to, what part of the initiative you wish to be in.
I think I'll go first.
Very good. So, we'll give you a 23 to Dallen's 22 to Milo's 13 or Rail, sorry.
It'd be an honest mistake.
Can I roll a quick history check real quick on these creatures?
Yeah, I'll allow you to.
I'm just trying to know if I might have heard of these again from my father's travels, his tales.
Oh, so we're all faster than them. Oh wait,
Okay.
maybe not.
With a 17, as you think back, you're not quite sure what these are. They, like, when it comes to your teachings, nothing about them seems to be, like, you're thinking from Celestial.
I'm thinking of like this, I'm thinking from what my father might have told me if you might have seen something like this because things that he traveled more farther than I did.
They don't appear to be angelic in nature, from what you could tell, but for the way they're kicking up the wind, you're thinking that they might be something like an air elemental.
Great, a living rock and a living wind.
As they kick up the sand around them. So, we'll get you 23 to 22 to Milo's. Milo has 13, and Dain has 10. Not too bad, Dain. That's not a bad initiative for you.
Oh yeah, I didn't get the lowest for first time in forever. Dane's also just gonna kind of mumble to himself.
And the obelisk continues to glow in a divine light. 14.2. And alright, and now we get a descending order. Hey, you're faster than one of them. We go to Talos. Here. So you all are going to be to the right side of this obelisk, but I'll allow you to orient yourselves real quick within, like, this area here. Like, within these 6 squares, you can orient yourself as you wish. So they give you a chance to really choose where you want it to be. And then when you're ready, just let me know.
There we go. Whenever.
1 sec. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let me get some better music out. That's not what I want. Alrighty. So, as these elementals just pop out of the obelisk and around the sand, they hover menacingly around you. As Talos, you are first up.
All right. I'm going to, right off the bat, because with the vicinity of how close my allies are to me, cast Crusader's Mantle. It makes a powerful, holy power radiates from me with a 30 feet, awakening boldness from all friendly creatures. And until it ends, which it's concentration up to 1 minute. All allies are friendly creatures within that radius. Deal an extra 1d4 radiant damage when they hit with a weapon, with any weapon. So that means ranged or otherwise.
Okay, so you have Crusader's Mantle activated. And that takes an action to cast.
Let me double check.
Is that a class ability?
It's
No, that's a spell?
It's a spell.
Let me double check here.
Yeah, it's 1 action, so yeah.
Ah, there it is. Crusader's Mantle. Up to a minute, action, range itself. Alright. 2 more moves with you. Alright, so I have that set up. Alright. Each non-hostile creature in the area, including you, deals 1d4 radiant. Very good. Alright, so you have your bonus action.
The trying to think. Oh, I know. No, I can't because I'm concentrating on this. I can't use another spell that requires concentration, can I?
Nah. Unless you wanted
Didn't think
to,
so.
like, retcon, I could allow you to do that.
No, it's good.
Right, so you
I'll just kind of ready myself.
Alright, so as you you cast your mantle and boom, radiant, like a flash of holy light flashes across the area, and each of you feel a little bit of warmth in your chest as like you're near Talos.
Stand firm!
Dallen, it is now your turn.
So we'll do no such thing as Down runs over here and Dolphin dives over to this and shimmies over to shoot this guy right here.
Alright, so you're going to shoot this one here. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Alright.
10. As you take a shot, you'd have difficulty like keying in on whatever this thing is. Like, you just see a mass of air and sand blowing up in the air, and as you take a shot, like, it seems to go through it, and you don't think you hit it. You're like, did I hit it?
That's not supposed to happen. That's what Dallen's saying. Do I still have my bonus attack?
You should have 2 attacks from fighter.
Alright, I guess I'll attack again.
Once again, you reload it real quick, and then and it just seems to almost like, as it passes through this body of air and sand, it almost just seems to like move around, like the air moves around the bullet, and then it just doesn't even seem to be affecting it.
That's just disappointing. As Dallen, for his bonus action, is just gonna holster his rifle and just get back on both his feet.
Alrighty. As this here elemental proceeds to close in on a target as it looks at you, Dain. As it's well, you're not gonna find this comfortable. As it envelops you in itself. And I need you to make a DC 6 I need you to make a strength saving throw. Good lord.
Strength saving?
Yes, strength saving throw. Ooh, easily done, easily done.
Get off of me.
So, as you enter this area, as it enters your space, and the dust is kicking up, and it's starting to whip into your skin and your eyes. You will be taking... let me get a sec. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the sand and everything buffets into you, and like it is not fun.
Ow.
And while there, it's going to attempt to slam into you as you see that while it's just nothing but sand and wind, you feel like there's just some sort of physical presence within it. Does a 12 hit you?
12? No.
How about a 21?
Unfortunately, it does.
Alright. As it does indeed hit you and deals 20 bludgeoning damage to you as it smashes you. That doesn't seem right. Is that right? 2d8, yeah. Oh yeah, that would be right. Wow, it rolled really high.
Ow.
So... there we go. Deals a total of 26 bludgeoning damage to you on its attack as it finishes up. Whereas this one is going to enter your space, Milo. And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Okay.
You succeed!
Holy
as
shit.
You will only be taking... 8 points of bludgeoning damage. As it just flies into your space and you start to get buffeted by sand and wind. As it will also make a couple slam attacks towards you. I'm assuming a 26 and a 22 hit.
Yeah.
Oof. Sorry, bud. That is going to be a total of 27 points of bludgeoning damage on top of the 8.
Yay!
Oof, as it just flies into you, and bam, 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 as you get whipped with sand. As Milo, it is now your turn.
Alright, check this fucker that's inside me.
Alrighty.
Go stab yourself, please.
Huh?
Don't stab yourself, please.
No promises.
And ooh, natural
Hang on.
1.
Not funny. Because of halfling.
Does that work for attacks though?
Yes.
Double
Yeah,
check.
it does. I
Just gonna double check just to make sure. I'm happy. I'm more than happy to give you that nat 20, but I just want to make sure we're following this right.
that nat one. Imagine just like, oh.
Yeah, the nat one. I was like,
stabbed myself in
oh
the
no,
heart.
oh no.
It's like I
'Cause
just
then-
stabbed myself in the
I'm
heart.
just picturing Milo about to stab himself like that psych and just immediately stabs Dallen.
It would have been probably a little worse than that. Halfling luck for an attack. Yep. Okay, good attack roll. Good. Woo. Okay, that was about to be really bad.
Alright.
Is your dagger considered magical?
It should be.
Very good. All right, go ahead and roll damage.
Is that... Okay, so I have to reroll that twice then?
Yeah, it didn't give you the. It didn't give you. I don't. Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's 17 damage there, and then I need to roll sneak attack.
Because you have an ally within 5 feet of you.
Sneak attack.
Just sneak attack.
Every time I hear someone say something, like the first thing that pops in my head is freaking Sokka screaming out, "Sneak attack!"
So that's 25, 35, plus 8, 43 points of damage.
Yep.
So, as this thing is just wailing on you, you're like, and you just start slashing your dagger everywhere, just, you feel the air, you feel contact as you whack, 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 as you feel as if you're making contact with something physical in here, as you deal 43 points of damage against him. Oh.
And
I don't know what the fuck I'm hitting, but I'm hitting it.
Alright, you still have your movement and bonus action if you wish.
Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to attack again, I guess.
Alright, go ahead and slash. 12 does not hit. As you swing at it this time, that contact you were feeling, you feel nothing but air this time as you're just getting buffeted by sand.
Yeah, okay, then I'm not gonna be that anymore, and I'm gonna move there.
As you roll out of it, it just continues to just as it just, you can't even tell if it's looking, it's just standing there menacingly.
I was just gonna say that.
menacingly.
Alright, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alright, as we go to Dain, as you're currently getting smacked in the face with sand.
Alright,
Oh wait, you didn't add on the radiant damage.
Oh, you did not. So add another 2d4 to that. Good call, Talos, good call. As an additional 5 points of damage. Very nice.
So 48 damage now total.
Yes. As you, yeah, that's some hefty damage there.
It's like, oh.
You try to kiss these hands? I'll fucking give them to you.
All right, so with that, Dain, what are you doing? You're getting smacked.
yeah, problem is he's on top of me, so
You can move out of his range.
Let's smack him.
Or fight. Like, or fight.
I'm gonna try and move out of the range first.
All right.
Yeah.
You just kind of step out of the wind, just
Spicy wind!
Spicy wind.
as you shake a little sand out of your beard.
I wanted a manicure and go back to the hole. And I'm gonna turn around and smack it in the face with the axe.
All right, go ahead, swing, bada bada. As you swing at it, you whiff through it, and you almost strike the obelisk, but you just kind of miss as, like, you didn't quite get to hit it.
Well, I'm gonna try again. Does a 22 hit?
That does hit as you, like, swing down again. This time you feel some contact as you actually do make connection with it.
I'm also going to use... Was it... Cosmic Fury on it as well, because I am annoyed at it.
Alright, so as you are just like in quite a bit of a fury, you feel the axe begin to glow with an intense heat. And so, try to keep track for the next minute or next 10 turns. You get to deal an additional 1d12 radiant damage. And if you hit if you roll a 19 or 20, it's a critical hit.
Oh yes.
So
roll this one first.
Critical.
And then add an additional 1d4 radiant as well on top of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll this one manually.
25.
1d12. So an additional 4
Or
radiant.
29 plus a d4. And 1. So that's a total 30 total of 30 damage that you.
2d4.
There's only 1d4 because he didn't crit.
Well, with mine.
With
Remember,
Crusader's Mantle,
he's in the bubble.
Was it 1d4 or 2d4 for Crusader's Mantle?
Let me double check. Crusader's Mantle. 1d4. You're right.
Does that one benefit from upcasting? It does not. It's just it just exists. You know it. So, all right, you're good, Devin. So that's a total of 30 points of damage on it. As you, a little frustrated from after the first strike, you swing again and a flash of heat and divine fury slashes through this elemental as you hear kind of go as you actually see some chunks of glass fall down to the ground from the heat of your attack. Is that your turn?
I'm also going to use my bonus action to cast Searing Smite on the axe as well.
Alrighty. They got Searing Smite going. And as for this one, it's got its eyes very keenly on you, Talos, as I need you to make a strength saving throw.
There you go. Strength saving throw.
No, the best option was just to run away and then attack.
Ooh, natural 20. You hold your...
I'm just like, get the fuck off of me!
It rolls up into you. You see all these elementals descending upon you. Just so you brace yourself. And you only take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as it just rolls into you.
Can I use Sentinel attack against that one as well that just attacked Talos?
Not yet, because this is more of an ability it has than an attack. But you can as it slams into him for a 17.
Meets it beats.
So yeah, you can now activate your reaction if you want to use Sentinel.
Ooh, I'm gonna smack it with the axe. Try and get it off of him.
Don't hit me.
Oh no! Oh no!
That is
Please tell me you did not hit me.
that is a 19.
But it's got Cosmic Fury.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
a critical.
Alrighty,
Oh,
so when you scroll critically with this weapon, the impact causes immediate. Okay. Oh,
All
so
creatures with a 10-foot radius,
yes, indeed.
Excuse me?
which is currently Sentinel.
I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, this is
I'm
fine.
very happy. I am so far away from you guys right now.
I got 10.
And since I believe this does not include you, Dain, or does it?
I don't actually know. I don't.
A DC of 20.
It does say all. I think this is one of Justin's, like...
I am not. I'm gonna die. Think I'm dead.
Oh.
I'm just gonna look up and see this flaming ball.
Milo, do you have evasion?
Yes, I do.
Alright, you don't take any of this.
I can use my lucky...
Yep.
Can I use my
I
lucky
know.
feat to re-roll this?
Yeah.
By the gods, please.
Oh, really?
The exact same roll.
Exact same
Alright.
on both sides. Oh. Oh boy.
Can you roll again? I feel like that just wasn't fair.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll that again. I'll allow that. Does that
Still didn't make it.
does that include you being in Dane's saving throw radius? Dane's plus
That does.
1.
That does.
You will
Oh
take
my god.
you will take
Hey,
half
let's
damage.
go!
Dane, why don't you go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw as well?
Okay, yeah.
Because if I'm reading this correctly from what Justin is, this is basically a double-edged weapon, essentially. You were able to deal a lot of damage, but you yourself will also take a lot of damage.
And I'm gonna take a lot of damage because. Oh shit.
Yeah, so Talos, you're going to take half of this. Give me just a sec.
I have yet to roll damage. Fuck.
Oh boy. That's 4d12.
4d12 plus 2d12
Oh.
plus 1d12.
That's not too bad. So that's 4d12 to all creatures. So that is going to be 7 points of radiant damage to you, Talos. As
30 points of damage?
so, and that is 7d12.
Because it's the 2d12 of the weapon,
Oh,
4d12
right.
of the meteoric strike, and the extra 1d12 from Cosmic Fury. The extra 4 from...
Good lord.
Oh wait, no, there's Searing Smite on it as well!
Indeed.
Oh God. What? It's like I'm just looking up at this giant meteor just coming out of the sky, freaking Sephiroth moment.
Hey, Talos, give me a Constitution saving throw to see if you maintain concentration on your aura. As we calculate exactly what Dane has done here.
One sec, it's not popping up. One sec.
And I need a strength saving throw for all 3 of these guys.
68.
And they all fail. 20.
Okay, so I got 20.
Easily,
So yeah.
easily. Oh boy.
How much damage did I take?
7. Because I
On top of all that.
only rolled 15.
So what about the
That's
rest
also
of the? What about all the other?
the 61 goes directly to the thing that's on you right now.
Yeah, but what about all that? That's 61.
That's the one that's the attack that he criticaled against the elemental that's
Okay,
on
so
you.
that's going. So that's going on. Yeah, that's not gonna hurt me. Okay.
No.
I'm just like, man, just looking up and seeing this is like freaking Sephiroth style meteor coming down. Like,
As you take a look to the right, like Dane's axe is swinging down, and you see the heat glow off of it as, and then as it strikes into it and hits the ground, like a small explosion. And Milo, you're like, nope, as you just duck behind the obelisk.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
As these don't have resistance to that. As they will also take 15. And Dallen, you're out of range.
Yes. So Dallen's just watching this happen, like, oh no.
Basically, just watch the fucking sand underneath Talos and the elemental just like concave.
And now on the east side of this obelisk, there's now more obelisk. There's now a sheet of obsidian as a pedestal now for this obelisk. As Dain has basically glassified this section of sand next to the obelisk.
Hooray, I've become the Covenant, I'm glassing the place!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm like, it's just like, I'm like, are they dead? I'm like, I'm trying to like look over my shield, like, are they dead?
Oof. Yeah, and this elemental is it's rocked by that, but it still managed to get a strike on you to begin with, dealing 18 bludgeoning damage to you, Talos.
Ow.
As I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Sure, give me a sec.
Dang, that is
That's gonna be 9.
that is a heavy
That's gonna be
attack he's got.
19.
All right, you're good. You still maintain concentration.
Just... Jesus Christ, I'm
How
just...
much damage did I take again? 17, you said? Or 18?
Let's see. You originally took 7, and then you took 18.
Okay, just doing math.
Boop. There we go. I got you knocked down to proper. All right, and then it's going to strike at you one more time. It still has a little bit of fight left in it. But man, oh man. Oh.
I am not looking so hot on hell.
19 will
did
also
this
hit,
yourself.
I assume, so it deals another 12 bludgeoning to you, as I need one more Constitution saving throw.
Sure.
You make it.
Shit. Okay, awesome.
As you maintain that aura around you, as Talos, we get back to your turn as we get to the top of the turn order.
That hurt, you little shit. Okay, I am going to attack with my Warhammer, and my Warhammer is silvered, so it should affect it then.
Meanwhile, in the distance, the treasure's just sipping on some water as he has his shades on. He's just watching this fight.
Look, God
Oop,
damn it!
you rolled
hired a
damage.
bunch of
You didn't
idiots.
roll your attack.
I think I think I hit the wrong thing. One sec.
You're good. 24 will hit though, and it will take 13 bludgeoning as you're attacking the one that's on you.
Yep, and then I have to roll that 1d4.
For a total of 14.
And I'm gonna do it again.
Go for it. 10 will miss this time, though, as you swing in. And you just aren't able to quite make a hit on it. Let's see.
As a bonus action, can I take a quick swig of my one of my potions?
Yes, go ahead. Are you doing... which one are you doing?
One sec. I'm gonna do one of my potions of supreme healing.
Alrighty. Supreme, you say? Wait,
Yeah, because I'm like,
Is that the Big Daddy?
it's one of the big daddies.
Oh, boy. You're cracking out.
Train just banged up, and he immediately just instead of uncorking
jog.
it, he just
It's just like I eat the whole bottle. It's like,
yeah. That's what I was about to say. Like you just start eating it.
oh gosh, what's that? Well, there was actually a video of that. Someone actually, it's like, what are you doing?
So,
Healing. I'm like,
Oh, yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
after striking against this, Talos quickly reaches to his back pocket, pulls out the biggest potion that you all have ever seen, pops in and just as you need to do 10d4 plus 20 healing.
1 sec.
Oh, this is
Plus 20?
yes, 10d4 plus 20.
43.
Oh, that's cool. That was.
I am back, baby. I am full.
Yeah, you and you just are like
It's like freaking like the Mario.
and
Grow
like you
tallest
feel
amount.
this thick red liquid slide down your throat, and within seconds you feel as it goes and spreads across your entire body, and all the bruises, all the wounds that you've sustained, and the blast that you just got from Dain, you feel and you watch as all your skin, your scales, everything just raw, just you almost like you feel your muscles just boom flex out as you finish this,
I'm back, baby.
and you're like, woo, that's that good
I
shit.
hit the spot.
As you are fully recovered from that. Alrighty. And Dallen, we come to you with that.
How well this plan's gonna work out, but I mean, it's not exactly really a plan. It's more just me brute forcing something. But I'm gonna put my hand to a finger gun, get ready to fan it, and I'm doing second level magic missile
Ooh, magic missiles.
on this guy first.
So, second level, that is a total of 5 darts? 4 darts?
4 darts. And okay.
Oop,
I'm
sorry,
gonna
what?
use the normal. I'm gonna use a different way because the way that you have it.
Are you
I'm
using
pretty sure that's good.
So, magic missile, there we go. If you click on it on your character sheet, I think it should be able to adjust for you.
Gotcha. Okay. You killed the magic missile. Good job. Hey guy, what happened? Did it? Damn it.
That's description.
Hmm.
Did you click like the text box, or did you click on the actual name of it?
I didn't click on the name of it. I was clicking. Yeah, I guess I clicked on the text box. Not there. Okay, this got a 4 maybe. There we go. There we go. And switch that. Make it 4d4 plus 4.
Let me check something real quick, just to make sure I got this right. So if I do that, oh, what is that doing? I'll hold that real quick. Oop. Okay, yeah, just go ahead and do your thing.
Alrighty. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah.
Ooh, good rolls.
16 damage.
So you're unleashing all 4 darts on that one guy,
Yes.
as you just and you watch as the missiles just fly towards this, and they kind of take different trajectories at first, but then you watch as it almost seems to be a mass that's within this swirling cloud of sand and wind, that it almost seems to it hits in one spot, boom, 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 and it seems to connect every single time as the wind just shudders for a second.
And it's not dead yet, so I'm action surge and do it again.
Ooh, dang. I'm gonna do it again.
For some reason,
Die.
I just popped in my head. You freaking Vegeta, just like when he's doing the super, like he's just blasting like the
Like that, but I have a finger gun, I'm standing my thumb.
Dallen's out unleashing the Daka. Daka. And that's
Alright,
31
15
points
more
of
damage.
force damage on this thing as you just keep blasting it. She's like, ah! And it's just, and as you finish unloading here, you watch as it's flickering. It's just, it seems to be
Also still alive.
very weak.
Alright, sorcery point and bonus action. Fucking die.
Good God.
It's like,
like, as you
Stay
want
down.
to unload on it once more. And are you marking down all of your spell slots for this?
Yes, I had 3 second level spell slots that I used for this.
Oof, you just unloaded all your second level spells. But
Yep.
as you
I
continue,
want that guy gone.
as you unleash your last volley of 4, you watch as each bullet seems to hit and dissipate in a section of it, and it just leaves gaps in the air. Just you Swiss cheese it, poof, 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 until it just. And it just vanishes.
one down.
I'm gonna yell to Dain, is it dead yet?
One of them is.
Good.
Alright, and is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Alright, as we get to this air elemental. Oh, dang it, it went away again. That's fine. Here we go. Alright, I need to roll that first. And it recharged as it will once again fly, since this other partner is doing that. It flies over into you once again, Milo. And I need you to make another strength saving throw. Ooh, you just beat it.
And he gets that +1 for both me and the Dain. And so
Yeah, okay, so more than just make it, so you're good. But you will still be taking 5 points of bludgeoning damage. As it flies into you again and continues to buffet you with sand and wind.
Listen to you, little shit.
Oh man, I'm not gonna use its special. It's not gonna do its fun thing. Oh well.
I don't want to sound a fun thing when we're talking about enemies here.
Alrighty. And it's going to slam against you twice. Oh, hang on a sec. That's a natural 1. Okay, it just misses.
oh, never mind. For me and Dain, it should be a extra +2 to saving throws for Aura of Protection.
Alrighty. 24, I assume, hits you, Milo.
Yep.
As you will take 12 points of bludgeoning damage from it. As it just unleashes upon you, just like. As you're like, ow, ow, ow! Dick!
You motherfucker!
It's like Dex.
Milo, it is now your turn.
I must have a bitch.
Oh my god, really?
Yes.
Oh,
Tactical
no.
nuke incoming! As Milo, you're quite done with this thing's crap. As
It's like,
you
fuck it, knife.
your eyes squint and you look into this storm. You stare to the abyss as it stares back, and you realize it looks at you, and then as it realizes you're looking directly at it, its eyes, like abyssy eyes, just stare in horror as you take your dagger, flip it in your hand, and stab.
Oh no!
And it just the sand falls around you on your feet.
Man's killed sand.
Talos, do you trust me?
Define trust.
Get it up for me. Does 15 hit?
It
Me?
just
No.
hits.
Okay, perfect.
You don't get sneak
Nope.
attack though, because you only get sneak attack once per turn.
Yeah.
But you still deal 7 damage to it, which is still very nice, as it is now looking incredibly weak as it's buffeting into Talos.
Okay, that's my turn.
As Dain, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna hit the elemental above Talos. And try not
Wait.
to bring down the Wrath of the Sun again.
Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me.
26 hit.
That's a 15, so you're safe. But yes, it does hit. And how do you kill this thing?
Alright, well. What is it? I'm just gonna like swing the axe around my head, grabbing it just by the handle and just swipe.
And as you do, you scatter the sands across to the dunes as you as it scatters.
I'm gonna pull off my headset during that.
Well done, my friend. I'm looking at how close that axe was to me, and I'm like, I shot both of you.
Are you doing all right there, Talos? I got a little bit crispy.
Oh, I kind of put my head like and laugh. I like put my the hammer on my shoulder and just laugh. I'm like, I feel great.
I'm glad you do. I'm gonna use my lay on hands on myself.
Dallen's gonna yell over, "Are you guys okay?"
I'm gonna poke my head from the side of the obelisk and be like, sand hurts, guys. It hurts a lot.
Here,
I hit
I'll,
sand.
let me hit.
Course.
Let me hit.
Gets everywhere.
I'm gonna go over and use use that layout. One sec. Ah, stop it.
I can't find it in the spells list. Weird.
That's what I was looking. I was like, what the hell?
All right, Dallen's gonna start walking on the obelisk and go over to Milo and say, "Hey, buddy,
Check
you
actions.
okay?"
Sand hurts,
There it
man. It hurts a lot.
I'm gonna use
And-
lay on hands on Milo and do 25 hit points.
Alrighty. So, Miley, you're back 20.
I'm gonna use all 50 of mine on myself. Also, Tim, are you seeing the adjustment on the my health?
I can see it.
Yes.
If you
Okay.
can't see it, you might just need to reload, since
Yeah.
that's what it had to do.
Yeah, because right now on my end it's saying it's max of max. Let me reload.
I got your health. Yeah, I see where you're at right now.
Cool.
And so, as you finish off the last of the sand elemental, and you cast it to the sand, the glow of the obelisk continues to radiate a divine shape. Or divine light. Blech.
Something good.
And all the divine light expels from the top all at once and lands right next to you, Talos. Right here. Blomp.
Oh.
And in its place, do I have a thing for this? Sorry, I've been trying to find something that will work. That'll do.
Snanfield reincarnated.
Blomp.
Well, I
What
was.
is that?
As an humanoid shape appears before you.
Oh no, not another one.
With pale skin, blonde eyes, and pure white divine eyes, wings flutter out from its back as it brings forth a golden mace. And its mouth doesn't even move. All of you hear, "You all have done well." As you hear that in your, all you hear that in your head.
Ah, yes, the voices, they're back.
Why is the light bulb here?
There is but one more test to prove your worth. Face off against me, and prove you are worthy of this holy relic. As his wings kick back and he lands in the sand behind him.
Well, lads, once more into the breach.
I guess so.
I make a laugh, like a glorious laugh. This shall be remembered in glory.
Talos, give me a religion check for me.
Sure. Religion.
You'd be the only one that can make this check. 17. Talos, your scales are on edge. You feel a bit of a warmth and coldness in your soul as you look upon this being. And surprisingly to the rest of you all, like Milo, you will see it. Dain, you kind of see it. It's a glowing white body, but you can see the wings and you can see it. It's unearthly for you all. And Dallen, like same thing with Dain. Like this thing is unearthly, but Talos, you are standing before a diva, an angel servant of the gods.
This will be a tale to tell my fam. To tell them when we get to tell. Such an honor it is to face off against a diva in combat.
Hey, Tim.
Yes.
You know how Dallen can walk on walls because of
Oh yeah.
because of his cloak?
Is that what you were doing there?
How tall is? Yes. How
It's
tall
30
is
feet tall.
Obelisk? All right, he walks up there.
You're on top of it. As you reach
Yes.
the top of the altar, like the tip of this obelisk, you'll notice it actually has an interesting look to it, because it's not a sharp tip at the very top. It almost looks like there is some sort of weird rounded off tip at the top, and it looks a little odd, honestly.
Do I have time to investigate it, or are we just immediately fighting?
The diva stands with its wings outspread as it takes one hand and signals to come. As Talos, it is your turn.
Very well.
Hey, Tim, I hate to be a killjoy, but I kind of gotta go.
Gotta go? Very well. If you're all fine, then we can continue this next time.
Yep. I just say like this Talos, like kind of like ready. Talos is ready for my. Everyone else is like, oh come on.
As the diva
Like-
signals
Oh, yeah,
to you to come.
Dallen's ready to nuke this guy.
As you all stare down this servant of the gods. That is where we will leave the session for today.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Talos, he's just sitting there, teeth resplendent, and like a giddy child smile, like oh, this is like a glorious test.
I'll be right back, guys. What will happen to our intrepid heroes as they face off against this servant of the gods? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.